Assalamualaikum ji, welcome everybody. I think we should start. We're on time, so we should start, and then everybody else will join us. Um, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody for being here, for joining us on this. Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. And is this being recorded also? Yeah, ठीक है. Thank you, Ji. So welcome to our seminar, Ji, Pakistan Water Issues, Beyond Infrastructure to Climate Resilient Governance. आज का जो सेमिनार है उसका मकसद was that we were of the opinion, or at least, given that we do policy work, we do research, we feel that, Pakistan is at the moment at a sort of a very defining moment in its water journey. And national, international level pe jo conversations that happen are sort of around dams, canal, infrastructure level pe, storage capacity, important issues. I'm not denying the fact that these are not important issues. However, the reality is far more complex and sort of extends beyond the infrastructure needs of the country. Which is that there is declining of freshwater availability. There's rapid environmental degradation. The climate uncertainty is intensifying. 2022 ke floods are still very fresh in our memory. Pichle saal 2025 was a different kind of floods that we saw. This was, if it was not the usual floods that we are used to, it was just a different beast of a completely different nature. And the population is exceeding. I mean, I think we have exceeded 250 million by now. So the pressures on the water system, other than the sort of the creeping vulnerabilities, are creeping in from many different ways. And it's not just technical, they are deeply political, social, and ecological. That is why, hence today's topic, and hence the name, which is Beyond Infrastructure to Climate Resilience Governance. And the purpose today is to move the conversation forward, sort of hence beyond the infrastructure argument. Goal is quite simple: to be critical of the gap between academic insight and policy practice, and to sort of have a conversation around shaping a more resilient water future for Pakistan. We have, as you would have seen, the concept note divided the conversation in two groups. The first one is on the Indus Waters Treaty, which is titled Indus Waters Treaty in a Rapidly Warming World. And the second is, we will deal with the supply side problem first. And then after lunch, we will talk about the water governance, equity, and policy infrastructure. So then talking about the governance issue as we deal. So, we thought that would be a good way of robustly dealing with the supply side, and then how we are governing with whatever water that is supplied to us. So I will end here. I will ask Aisha to introduce. We have been joined by Dr. Qasar Abdullah Malik, who's been very kindly taking time out. I know you're a very busy, and we'll start the discussion with him because he can help us understand the policy as well as the academic insight. Nobody can explain that better than Dr. Qasar can explain that to us. And then we will move forward with that thing. So Aisha, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. So for the keynote speaker, we have Dr. Qasar Abdullah Malik with us. He is a distinguished national professor of biotechnology, presently leading the biotechnology department at Former Christian College. He is the dean of postgraduate studies along with the CAM School of Natural Sciences. He is a fellow of Pakistan Academy of Science, and currently its elected president as well. He is also fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. Dr. Qasar Malik has been founding director general of the National Institute for Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering. He has been chairman Pakistan Agricultural and Research Council from 1998 till 2001. He is former member of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission from 2001 till 2006. He has been bestowed 3 civil awards by the President of Pakistan, which are Tamga Imtiaz in 1988, Sitara Imtiaz in 1998, Hilal Imtiaz in 2004 for his services to science. Recently, he served as caretaker federal minister, national food security and research from 2023 till March 2024. He's also nominated by the Punjab government as vice chairperson of the Punjab Agriculture, Food and Drug Authority. He has been on the faculty of FCCU since 2008. His research group is involved in molecular biology and plant microbial interactions for useful traits. So over to Dr. Qasar. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. I thought you were going to. Thank you. See, at the onset, I would like to say that I'm not an expert in water. See, my knowledge about water has been acquired over the last couple of years when I was in Islamabad, especially when I was chairman of the Pakistan Agriculture Research Council, and then more importantly, when I was a member of the Planning Commission. I mean, there we had an exposure of the issues of water, and I have developed my own concept, you see, and that is, as it says, is Pakistan a water scarce country? See, because everybody, I mean, tries to tell us, you see, Pakistan mar jayega, khap jayega, Pakistan is a water scarce country, or ye ho jayega, wo ho jayega. You see, but if you look at that, and I will try to explain that, that it is also a story of mismanagement and misgovernance. You see, I mean, the water that we have, if utilized in a proper manner, can meet a lot of our demands. You should all know, and I'm sure that most of you are aware of, that agriculture is the highest user of water. You see, virtually 80% of water is used in agriculture, whereas in household, domestic, and in industry, I mean, about 20% is used for domestic, and about 12 or 10% is used in industry. So this is the overall. So any strategy to utilize water and to conserve water in agriculture goes a long way in conserving and utilizing the water resources appropriately. Sorry. Gee, I'm in a meeting. Sorry. So this is the actually given situation, and these are the land resources of Pakistan. You see, we have about 218 million acres of total area, and then out of that, crop production is on 82 or 83 million acres, and command area is 48 million acres, etc., etc. And most importantly, salt affected areas are 16.5 billion acres, whereas the canal out of that can the salt affected areas in the canal commanded areas are 11 billion acres, and outside the canal commanded about 2 to 4 billion acres. Now, water resources, our total available resources are 200 billion acre feet, and from canal network we get 104 billion acre feet, whereas from tube wells we get about 50 billion acre feet, and out of those tube wells, interestingly, there are only 15% which are fit for irrigation. Otherwise, majority of these underground water is brackish, and so it is not fit for irrigation as well. Now, you see, as it says that Pakistan has one of the largest irrigation system, fourth largest ground and water aquifer in the world. You see, we should keep all these figures, all these facts in mind. You see, because these are the sources that we have. You see, and these resources are subject to several issues. You see, so these are the issues which form my story. You see, of mismanagement and of misgovernance. You see. we have inadequate storage facilities. You see, we keep on talking about, that we don't have enough dams and enough storage facilities. So we have genuinely inadequate storage, you see, and nobody is stopping us to increase these storage facilities. Reduction in storage capacity due to watershed management. This is an area which I think it is a multidisciplinary area where all the environmentalists, where all the foresters, where all the people who are involved in these areas are involved. And this is extremely important area. That is the reduction or base management of the watershed areas, you see. What do we mean by watershed areas? I'm sure that majority of you are aware of that. That is that watershed area is that where the water is collected and put into the dams, you see, or put into the reservoirs, you see. And if you do not have appropriate watershed management, it will result in silting because all the silt then from the soil will be going into the dam and it will silt the dams, you see. So it results in the reduction in storage capacity due to watershed management. Then the other very important area which we will talk about is the neglect of rain-fed areas. You see, our rain-fed areas are the ones where the most poor and of our population resides. See, it's all. I mean, this is an area which contributes a lot to the food security, but it is neglected as well. You see. टाइम से रहना चाहिए ना. Okay, so I was talking about. See, then there is another area which is low irrigation system efficiency. See, I will also talk a little bit more in detail about this. That our irrigation system is archaic, is so obsolete. You see, that results in the wastage of water. 60% of our water is lost, you see. Then around water depletion due to indiscriminate installation of tube wells, you see. I mean, with the solar, the popularization of solar technology in the villages, there are lots of tube wells which are now being done on solar, and then so it's a rampant depletion of the underground water without understanding the results of these. Now, the major water sector challenges, you see, as I've been saying, that inadequate storage capacity and the already storage capacity that we have, for example, Karvela and Mangla, that has been reduced from 16 million acre feet to 13 million acre feet due to sedimentation. And what is the main cause is the mismanagement of the watershed areas, you see, because if there is no forest, if there is no green cover on those areas, all the soil that is there will go into all the silt that is there will go into the dams and will result in sedimentation. Karvela and Bamangla have lost about 35% of their storage capacities. Now, the agriculture, I think all these areas, I'm sure that most of you are much aware, know more than I do. And so this is, we have always been saying while I was in the Planning Commission as well, having those areas around Karvela and around any possible dam that you are planning, you must have an appropriate watershed management to let all the rainfall and all the water go into the dam without the silt. You see. And that is only possible if you have a clean cover on those lands. Then we have an agriculture sector is the larger user, as I've already said, of both surface and groundwater resources. 60% of the water is lost during the rains. हमारी जो खाले हैं, हमारे जो the way we use irrigation system is so archaic that we still, in spite of all our efforts of lining the canal, lining the channels with the concrete and all that, we have not been able to conserve the water. And that 60% of water is lost during conveyance. The other thing that is up to you, all of you, to talk about is the water usage in domestic and industrial sector with a minimal tariff or almost free, you see. I mean, pani हमारे यहाँ तो is a commodity that we assume it is available without cost. You know, कोई उसके ऊपर हालांकि if you look at the some other countries, for example Australia, when water scarce, तो हमें क्या कहते हैं असल में तो वाटर स्केर्स वो कंट्रीज हैं जहाँ पे वाटर की राशनिंग है. I mean, you cannot use the water so rampantly as we use it here, you see. So this is another important area that we have to look into, you see. And then you just imagine the kind of waste water which is being released without treatment. Yahi waste water in other civilized countries is used 2 or 3 times. You see. I mean, in our case, कभी आपने हडियारा ड्रेन पे खड़े होके देखा, वो पानी इस तरह जा रहा होता है इनटू कभी ठाठे मारता हुआ, और ये 24/7 है. You just imagine the kind of water which is number one, which is being pumped into the Tavi without treatment, and number two, the quantity of water which could have been used for irrigation purposes, for all other purposes, for in industry as well. You see, but that we, in spite of our lot of efforts, at least in Lahore, that we have not been able to WWF had been involved a lot. You see this, incidentally, your Sohail Naqvi was hired as a secretary of our Ravi Pollution Control Commission, which was sanctioned by the Lahore High Court. And I happened to be at that time the chairman. I'm still officially the chairman, but I mean, nobody has given any. We have been to all departments, to environmental, to ministers, everywhere. Anyway, that's another story. Okay, so the rain-fed areas constitute about 40% or 12 million acre of the arable land. You see, so this is another resource where we have to put in all the technologies and all that. These areas have huge potential if proper investment into rain harvesting technology is made. So this is also another area in which things can be done. You see. Now, let me. Well, these are some of the technologies conservation technologies which can be used. You see, flood irrigation is a normal method of irrigation. That is, that you have an entry point, the water comes into the maga. I don't know how many of you are from an agriculture background. See, the inlet of the water is from one source, and the outlet is from the other source. So the water has to travel all the way to be released, you see. And in between the level, the level of the land is so bad that it has to then, you have to to increase the quantum of water in order to irrigate the whole land. So, in order to overcome that, there is a technology which we call a laser land leveling technology that with the help of a laser you can, like a table, you can have a flat land so that you can save virtually 30% of water for irrigating a particular piece of land. So this is a technology that was quite common. We had, at least I had been involved. We had when I was with the Tomology Commission and Pakistan Agricultural Research Council, we had fabricated these days and tablets here in Pakistan, and we have supplied it to all the farmers and all that. We were thinking that this will be taken up by the government also, and but now I think I have found that even that approach has been abandoned. The other important technologies where you must be aware are the drip irrigation, or which we call high efficiency irrigation system. This is a central pivot, you see, and these are areas which can result in saving virtually 50% of water saving can be achieved. And this is another method of furrow irrigation. Instead of a flood irrigation, you use furrow irrigation. You have all these channels so that you can save the water. These are all technologies which are resulting in saving of irrigation water. And as I said in the beginning, that in irrigation, you even save 10% in a quantum, it is much higher. So we have to concentrate on agriculture and do all the conservation that we can do there, you see. But there are problems which I will again discuss, that irrigation scheduling, this is another very interesting area, that the जैसे हमारे farmers, without they have no information कि सब उनकी सॉइल की मॉइस्चर कंटेंट क्या है, पानी देने की जरूरत है भी कि नहीं, they keep on watering, as if they have a psyche, more water and more productivity should be there, you see. But that is not true. That is harmful actually. To overcome that, the organization like PCRWR is the Pakistan Council for Research in Water Resources. They had developed a satellite-based irrigation advisory service also to improve water application at the farm. Similarly, SPARCO also developed the remote sensing for agriculture through Pakistan. So there are, in addition to these, there are several technologies which we call precision agriculture. These technologies are available, and big farmers or there are some big farms who have adopted this as well. But you see, we do not have that kind of an infrastructure. These are all based on internet availability. और हमारा अगर इंटरनेट ही नहीं effective है everywhere, so it's not possible. Second important thing which I want to share and I want to have your attention to, that is our situation of our land holdings. You see, 85% of our farms are small farms. Please keep this thing in mind. These are small farms. Small farms means about 12 acres of maximum of land. See, and that 12 acres of land is not sufficient to apply all these technologies. Then leveling is an important technology, but you have to have at least 100 acres. See, so all these small farms are devoid of the input of all these modern technologies. Therefore, we had advised the government, requested the government, begged the government to have a social mobilization and to have packages of 100 acres of land so that the technologies could be he employed there, you see. But still, there are situations of law. And while I was unfortunately for a few months, I was federal minister caretaker, and in several of the meetings of SIFC, which is the SIFC, uh, special environment. This is the hybrid mode. You see, facility. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You see, but there we one of little bit contribution I had was to force to have corporate agriculture for small farmers. And for that, we had developed the law and everything with the help of Asian Development Bank. And that law has been enacted now, and I don't know whether the provinces will take up or not, you see, but still that law is there, you see. So until unless we have some mechanism of going to these small farmers and to give the technology to those areas, then I don't think we can have neither any conservation of water nor any productivity in agriculture. This is a fact, and that we should keep in mind that basically still I think it's your job to do the technical part, that our society is still a feudal society, and we have to look at that. We have to analyze that how we can undo that. You see, you see, because anyway, some other time. Okay, this is a we have a concept of small agriculture. You see, मैं feudalism की बात कर रहा था. Crop cloning is an issue, you see, that rice and sugarcane are both very high delta crops. That is, the demand for water is much higher. So we have to restrict them. Sugarcane is being grown in areas where it should not have been. Rice is grown in an areas where it should not have been. And all these, in spite of, you see, I was in the planning commission, I was a member, fairly in high authority. We wrote letters after letters, saying that all these crops should not be grown in these particular areas. But you see, sugarcane mafia is so strong that they don't care for anything. And so this is one of the factors. Actually, when we talk of rice, we are exporting the water, you see, itself, sugarcane as well, you see. Then for climate smart agriculture, we have to develop heat resistant, drought tolerant, salt tolerant crop varieties developed through technology. You see, all these varieties cannot be developed through the conventional plant breeding. For that, you have to resort to different technologies of biotechnology. Yeah. These are now, an important area is the rain-fed technologies, especially around water recharge. You see, you should also consider monsoon as a part of the resource, you see. The rain is a resource. Rain is water. See, so you can't have, that water go waste. See, you have to conserve that water. And some of the technologies which some WWF has also developed, to conserve the rain water and put it into the groundwater aquifer, because we can use aquifer as a big reservoir, you see. We should be building dams and all that also, but let's concentrate on the reservoirs which are already there. You see, the aquifer is already a natural reservoir. You see, then there are check dams which are quite popular in Balochistan as well. So these are some of the. Cholistan is also another very interesting example. You know, I mean, उसके पीछे भी हमारे बहुत सी लोग खड़े हुए हैं इसी के भी they want to have it converted into an agriculture area, whereas I have been number of times to Cholistan. Cholistan has its own technology, own ecology. You see, there are so many important species of cactus, which are itself very important as far as some of the medicine and products are concerned. But anyway, they have their own system of rainwater harvesting, which they call tobas. They make a toba and PCR, WR, with a lot of activity have made about more than 100 of such tobas over there, which can collect the water and can serve the purpose for livestock, etc. So I think that's about it. Conclusion. You see, based on the available resources, we can say that Pakistan has sufficient water resources if managed appropriately using all the technological innovations. In the absence of appropriate water reservoirs, it is difficult. This is also least, I mean, all our young students should know that we have to when they send at least 10 million acre feet into the sea. Why that is important? Because if we don't do that, then the sea water will come back into our aquifers. The biggest example is the coastal areas in Sindh. For example, Tata was a very good agricultural area, but now all the underground water has become so saline because of the inclusion of sea water. That it is so why we are so interested in making dams also is that we can then regulate the flow of water into the sea. Otherwise, it's not possible. And that is for that we require that water continuously to go. One I have already said that but the other is that the lack of flow into the sea affects the marine life around mangroves. You see, we have a large I mean, plantation of mangroves all over, and one of the best plantation in the world, and that allows the shrimp cultivation around the mangroves, and that is also essential to maintain the ecology and the economics of coastal area. So, I'm sorry I have taken a bit long to say, but thank you for your attention. And I don't know your mechanism. If there are any questions, I will be able to answer that. Thank you. Only अभी time है.
वो wanting कि अगर हम जो है वो in this water treaties पे कर लें and then have question answers together for you and everybody. Yeah.
Specific because I have to leave.
Yeah. So if you have specific questions specific to Dr. Kausar, then maybe we can open the floor. Yes, Haseeb? Yes, let's start with you.
So in the conclusion, you have written that the water resources available in Pakistan, they are enough. But one of the widely quoted examples are there that Pakistan has now, maybe it has moved from being water scarce to water stress, from water stress to being water scarced. And the per capita availability of water is even less than 900 cubic meters. So what sort of resources are available, water resources? So can you specify those resources?
Yeah, I actually forgot. That is you are absolutely right, you see, I mean, we have gone down to about 50 cubic meters per capita, you see, per capita. You see, why is that, you see? because of a totally irrelevant, illogical urbanization. You see, I mean, why do we have? I mean, Lahore कसूर तक क्यों फैल गया या गुजरांवाला तक क्यों फैल गया या मुल्तान तक क्यों फैल गया? I mean, उसी जगह पे there used to be agriculture, और एग्रीकल्चर की जो दूसरी एडवांटेज है कि इट अलाउज द अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, इट अलाउज द सीपेज ऑफ द वाटर इनटू आवर एक्वाफर. दिस इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट. हमारी इनको अकल ही नहीं है. उसी हमारी इतनी अर्बन क्या कहते हैं जी आप, वो अर्बन बनाए हुए हैं. हाँ, जहाँ पे वो उमर साहब उसके सेक्रेटरी हैं कोई, एनीवे वो उनका क्या काम है? अर्बन यूनिट, उनका क्या काम है? देर उनका काम ये होना चाहिए था कि साहब वो पाकिस्तान का नक्शा देखकर कहाँ कहाँ टाउन्स बनने हैं, कहाँ कहाँ वो बनने हैं, एक टाउन प्लानिंग ऑफ द कंट्री. उन्होंने टाउन प्लानिंग ऑफ पाकिस्तान लाहौर से निकल देते ही नहीं है. और शहरों में DHAs इतने बन गए हैं, हर शहर में DHA है. इमेजिन करें उसी जगह पर एग्रीकल्चर थी, उसी जगह पे सब्जा था. तो दीज आर द इश्यूज. इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ इट इज अ स्टोरी ऑफ रिस्क मैनेजमेंट एंड रिस्क गवर्नेंस. मीन ये हमें जब तक के कोई हमारी कैंपेन नहीं होएगी उस वक्त तक ये नहीं होएगा कुछ भी. मैं आपको एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल दूं. आई वाज इन जर्मनी. उधर मैं एक फैमिली को ने बताया जी कि मैं आई वांटेड टू हैव ए सीमेंटेड of my lawn, part of my lawn, and I was stopped by the government. You cannot do that. You see, so these are the rules and regulations of a civilized country. You see, हम तो उस कैटेगरी में नहीं आते. जी सर, I'm sorry.
My name is Dr. Nisa Vicky. I'm a professor of architecture and urban design.
Very good.
आपने urban design की बात की. Back in 2019, I was fortunate to have been invited to Italy, Venice, which is a city in the water. And look at the topic that they had actually. The challenges of a waterless world, and there is no water. Not in terms of the amount of water, but the quality of water. There I presented the case study of Lahore. We just spoke of the sprawl, urban sprawl, and the war against the wars, and the role of the architects and town planners. I think आपने point बिल्कुल सही कहा. हमने इस चीज को इसी तरह लिया था कि लाहौर में अगर एक कैनाल चली जा रही है और चली जा रही है, इसको अगर हम फैला दें, उसका नेटवर्क ही फैला दें, उससे लेक्स बन जाएंगी छोटी छोटी. उस लेक्स के अंदर फिट कर दें ताकि वो वाटर डिस्चार्ज होना शुरू हो जाए. जो एक्वाफर्स हैं वो रिचार्ज होना शुरू हो जाए. पानी ऊपर से फ्लो करता चला जाएगा जहाँ जाएगा. तो वी हैव जस्ट लिमिटेड ऑल दिस वाटर एज अ लग्जरी. कि कभी उस पे बनाते हैं हम फ्लोटिंग रेस्टोरेंट बनते हैं, कभी कुछ बनना शुरू हो जाता है. तो आई थिंक योर पॉइंट इज वेरी वैलिड कि वी हैव एक्चुअली प्लेड हैवक with our town planning system and urbanization system, which has cost us very dearly. I'll not go into detail of DHAs and other things. दूसरी चीज मैं जरा थोड़ा सा यहाँ इशारा करना चाहूँगा कि it is all fine to study the quantum of a resource and on a very average level statistical analysis. It's fine, looks fine. But I think currently we are faced with a very different scenario. It's not a water management issue, it's a water war world we are living in. हमने अब ये देख लिया है कि this water treaty रेंस में चला गया, रावी में पानी खत्म हो गया. किसी दिन अगर वो हावड़ा डैम से उन्होंने पानी छोड़ दिया तो रूडा जो बन रहा है इतना बड़ा एक नया शहर वो डूब जाएगा. तो आई थिंक ये जो आपने पॉइंट आउट किया है इसके लॉन्ग ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि हाउ डू वी एक्चुअली मैनेज द एक्सट्रीमिटीज ऑफ द रिसोर्सेज. कभी हैं कभी नहीं है. वो जो है इशू और vis-a-vis town planning and urban designing is very valid issue that I would like this house to take up because that is the issue. अब अभी जो जंग हो रही है चल रही है 2 हफ्ते के लिए बंद हो गई है अब वो जंग तो बमों से हो रही है लेकिन एक और जंग होने वाली है जो कि होगी वो वाटर वॉर उसका शुरुआत हो चुका है पाकिस्तान तो ये जो रिसोर्सेज को हमने क्वांटम तौर पे स्टेटिस्टिकल देख लिया है वो बड़ी अच्छी बात है एक नॉर्मल हालात एक्सट्रीम हालात में आई थिंक वी मस्ट प्लान एज प्लानर्स हों चाहे टाउन प्लानर्स हों चाहे वाटर प्लानर्स उनको ये देखना पड़ेगा कि इनकी एक्सट्रीमिटीज में जब पानी नहीं है तो कैसे करेंगे और जब पानी बेतहाशा आ जाएगा डैम्स खोल दिए जाएंगे तो फिर हम क्या करेंगे अपनी सारी चीजों को कंबाइन करके
एक बात में आपके होते हुए क्योंकि आप डूअर है उसी हमारे ये हमारी बाल सफाई होती थी कैनाल्स की वो भी पता नहीं काफी अर्सा हुआ देखी नहीं है कभी लेकिन हमारी जो दरियाओं की बाल सफाई नहीं हो सकती उसी मतलब ये है कि साहब ये किसी भी दरिया को हम इस्लामाबाद आते जाते हैं झेलम चनाब तो दो देखते हैं ना हम हर दफा उनका वो फैलते ही जाते हैं इसी can't we have the dredging of these rivers you see so that they can accommodate more water and they are more channelized see और ये ऐसा काम है जो कि provides labor provides employment see और ये अगर ये कोई एक दो मोटर वेज कम कर दें वही ये सारे हमारे दरियाओं की दरेजिंग हो जाए तो दे कैन ओवरकम द फ्लडिंग पार्ट एज वेल
एब्सोल्युटली आई एग्री मैं
उसी मैंने पंजाब के
मैं उनकी बात को आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं अगर 600-700 साल पीछे चले जाएं इसी लैंड में तो इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट एज इट वाज सपोज टू बी was the richest place on earth 25% of the global GDP when husband agriculture में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं तो बाद में जो हुआ जो हमारा
सही थैंक यू
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the sessions. After you will have enough time to ask questions and present your views on the issues that is water. It is all entire day for water that we are going to discuss. I'd like to thank Dr. Kausar Abdullah Malik for taking time out of his very busy schedule. I know that he has another conference to go and conference to attend and head over there. So thank you very much also for coming over and enlightening us with the issues that you have raised and also not only that the issues that you have raised but also indicated solutions that can be found in different and diverse ways. So thank you very much for joining us today and we'd
Thank
like
you
to
for this opportunity. I enjoyed it immensely. I hope
Thank you.
निकल जाए
We
तेरे
learned a
दिल में
lot,
मेरी
but
बात
thank you so
बस।
much.
we would like to thank him and present a shield to him. Please join me in thanking his efforts. This goes to you, sir, for your time with us.
Let's start. So I think that was a very enlightening thing, and that's that's a that's the benefit of sort of of having a academic and policy perspective put together. You get a flavor of both the worlds together, and it's nice, robust, and a good beginning to the day. What we do is we begin with a session on Indus Waters Treaty titled "The Indus Waters Treaty in a Rapidly Warming World," and Indus Waters Treaty we cannot live without. It has been mentioned even now. It is an essential part of our existence. It has been for a very long time and continues to be viewed through a very political and a legal lens, and a valid that's a valid concern as well. However, as I mentioned earlier, we are living in a very rapidly warming world, and we all know the glacial melt is accelerating. The monsoons are getting more and more unpredictable. I wouldn't say they're increasing, but they're getting more and more unpredictable. The patterns are changing, and within that, what we see is a static policy framework within which we are then confronting all these what I initially called the creeping vulnerabilities within which we are operating, and the policy framework within which we are receiving all these rapidly changing dynamics is very static. It's ad hoc at best. So this session invites us to rethink the treaty, not just as a mechanism for water allocation, but as a platform for adaptive climate resilient transboundary governance. We have two very able and very senior academics and policy makers, uh, policy analysts regarding the Indus Water Treaty. I would invite Manahil, our MPhil student, to introduce them. Please, Manahil, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I am Manahil, and I will be introducing the panelists for the first topic, the Indus Water Treaty in a rapidly warming world. So the first one is Dr. Zainab Ahmed. Dr. Zainab Ahmed is an assistant professor at the Sita Majid School of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences and a research fellow at BNU Center for Policy Research, Beacon House National University, Lahore. With over a decade of academic experience, she specializes in international relations, public policy, and strategic studies, and has previously held leadership roles at Lahore Garrison University. She holds a PhD in international relations from University of Punjab, where her research focused on the securitization of water and national security in Pakistan. Her work spans key areas such as water diplomacy, climate change, regional cooperation, and strategic communication, with multiple publications in AGC-recognized journals. Dr. Zainab has also led and contributed to research projects with national and international organizations, including Friedrich Ebert Stiftung and SOAS London, and also engages in academic and policy discourses through editorials and advisory roles. Her work reflects a strong commitment to bridging research, teaching, and policy for a meaningful societal impact. Over to you, Dr. Rabia. All right. So the second panelist here is Mr. Ali Sultan. Mr. Ali Sultan is one of the country's leading international law experts. He regularly advises public stakeholders and national decision makers on various international law matters, including the Indus Water Treaty. Notably, he advised Pakistan in Marshall Islands versus Pakistan case at ICJ. Previously, he served as Research Society of International Law Pakistan's Vice President and Executive Director for 7 years. He has been teaching international law at Foreign Service Academy for more than 8 years and business law at Lahore University of Management Sciences for more than 9 years. He holds a Juris Doctor degree from the University of Virginia Law School, where he was a senior editor of Journal of Law and Politics. Earlier, he was educated at Middlebury College, graduating cum laude in political science and economics. Mr. Sultan was schooled at Aitchison College, Lahore, where he was awarded the prestigious Godley Medal for Academic Excellence. I welcome you both here, and over to you, Navraga.
Much, Manahil. I think we begin with Zainab, and then we go over to Mr. Imran Sultan, and then we open up for questions. Okay?
How do we start? All right, well, first of all, thank you for such a kind introduction. And I'm really honored and glad to finally be able to visit FC College, which I've always wanted to since I was a kid growing up in Lahore. And it has really lived up to its repute. The sprawling lawns and the magnificent buildings are truly a wonderful sight to behold. Anyway, so the title for the session basically is Indus Waters Treaty in a Rapidly Warming World. So before I get to the legal aspects of the Indus Waters Treaty and its current situation, because clearly, as I'm sure you're all aware, the treaty is in a lot of trouble right now, just to stay alive, so to speak. But the to situate it in the proper context, it's very important for us to understand that there are credible studies which are publicly available that document that because of the glacial melt that is happening and that feeds 50% of the river flow of the Indus River system, by 2050, the most dire circumstances or the most dire predictions portray that the Indus River is just going to end up as being nearly a seasonal river. So clearly, this issue of climate change and warming and the glacial melt and how it is contributing to the deterioration over time of the water supply of the Indus River system is a critical issue for Pakistan, whether it's our food security, agriculture, water security, and so on and so forth. So that's the broader context in which we should situate our understanding of the Indus River system, so to speak, and within that, Indus Waters Treaty. Now, when it comes to the Indus Waters Treaty itself, if you examine the literature around Indus Waters Treaty, and there's a lot of literature around Indus Waters Treaty that's available. Lots of scholars over the years have engaged themselves dealing with different issues related to the Indus Waters Treaty. The treaty itself was negotiated over close to a decade, which is one of the most lengthiest and prolonged negotiations for any bilateral treaty that we have had. So the Indus Waters Treaty has its critics. Let's be very honest about that. It has always had its critics. It's by no means a perfect legal instrument. It has lacunas, it has certain loopholes, it does not address certain issues, including climate change. Just look at the years. The whole climate change movement, the environmental movement at the global level, when did it really start? It really started in the 1970s and it started picking up steam in the 1990s. The Indus Waters Treaty was negotiated in the 1950s and it was actually adopted and ratified in 1960. So that just the time period should alert you to the fact that the treaty is rather thin when it comes to climate change and other environmental issues. So that's a big lacuna which the treaty has. Also, the Indus Waters Treaty is a surface water treaty. It does not deal with the aquifers of the Indus River system. So that's also another big lacuna which has always been associated with the Indus Waters Treaty. Nevertheless, if you look at the history of Indo-Pak water relations, beginning from the partition of the subcontinent, you would notice that immediately after the partition, there was a huge water discord between India and Pakistan. So, given the history of animosity between the two states, it is absolutely critical for both India and Pakistan to have a treaty based relationship when it comes to this shared water resource, which is the Indus River system. So, while I sympathize with some of the criticisms that have been levied against Indus Waters Treaty, I'm also mindful of the fact, and I'm a huge advocate of this position, that Pakistan should do whatever it can to preserve and maintain the continuation of the Indus Waters Treaty. Of course, there's always room and scope to perhaps renegotiate some terms of the treaty. And let me make this very clear because there is some misunderstanding about this from time to time. Pakistan has never really said no to what we call listening to India's concerns. What we have a problem with is that we don't want to be bullied or browbeaten by India into accepting certain terms of modification. So it's not that we are not open to modification. It's not that the policymakers don't realize that there are things in the Indus Water Treaty that need to be updated. There is that realization that's there. The problem is how are we going to do it? That's the problem. And on what terms are we willing to renegotiate the treaty? There's really nothing wrong with renegotiating an instrument, so to speak. So maybe one of the things which a center the like this center can do is to perhaps come up with some proposals that Pakistan can potentially utilize when it comes to potential renegotiation at some stage of the Indus Waters Treaty. That's not something that people like me can do. I look at things from a legal perspective. I don't have the skills, which are required for there to come up with those proposals. I can just examine them from a legal lens. Anyway, so let's, let's just put this broader context in the back of our minds. It's not a perfect instrument, but it's the best available instrument that we have had. And over the years, it has been a source of stable and orderly, more or less, it has been a source of stable and orderly water supply into Pakistan. Yes, we've had problems with India over certain projects that they've been building on the Western rivers. We've sparred with them at various forums at the international level, whether it's the Court of Arbitration, whether it's a neutral expert. But by and large, until last year, or a little before that, the treaty was holding up nicely as a source of an orderly and predictable water supply between India and Pakistan. So now let me just talk a little bit about where the Indus Waters Treaty stands today. Pakistan's official position is that despite India's unilateral decision to hold the treaty in abeyance, as far as we're concerned, the treaty is still very much in force. We don't accept that the treaty has been suspended or has been held in abeyance. Also, let me just mention this, the word abeyance. The word abeyance does not exist in international law literature. So the first time I heard about it, I was like, are they talking about constitutional abeyance like we're used to in the constitutional jurisprudence in Pakistan or in the subcontinent? No, international law has never used the word abeyance. So what they effectively mean is that they want to suspend the treaty. So you equate abeyance with suspension, right? So the point is that despite their unilateral suspension, which, as I will just argue in front of you, is illegal and it's not allowed under international law. So our position is very clear that the treaty remains in force, and any violation that India now commits, as far as the treaty is concerned, would be considered a breach of the treaty by Pakistan. That is, in a nutshell, what our position on the Indus Waters Treaty is, and it's a correct position. This is exactly the position that we should have taken and that we have taken. Now, let me just briefly discuss why I think India's unilateral abeyance of the treaty is not supported by international law. The first argument, and probably the strongest argument on this score, has to do with the text of the treaty itself. There is a provision in the treaty which allows for modification or termination of the treaty, but only upon mutual consent of the two states. Mutual consent. Obviously, that excludes any unilateral acts to modify or to terminate the treaty. So, because the Indus Waters Treaty is a self-contained legal instrument, and it contains no provision whatsoever which would allow a unilateral suspension or termination of the treaty. Under this reasoning, clearly India's decision to unilaterally hold the treaty in abeyance is illegal and not supported by international law. That's the first argument. Now let's examine some other arguments which from time to time have been advanced by India. And so far, really, they haven't come up with any systematic argument to explain why is it that they are unilaterally suspending the treaty. They've made political statements, they've made political arguments, but they haven't really systematically made any legal arguments on this front. So you find these in bits and pieces that you have to then cobble together to make a sense of where they're trying to come from. So one of the arguments that they've made is that Pakistan is in material breach of the treaty. Now, this notion of material breach, you can find it in another international legal instrument, which is called the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. And there's also customary international law, which supports that there is this notion of material breach. So if a party commits a material breach, then the non-breaching party has the right to walk away from that instrument. That's the consequence of material breach. So that's why they want to advance this argument of material breach to justify their action. That, oh, because Pakistan has materially breached the Indus Waters Treaty, so then us walking out of the Indus Waters Treaty is justifiable. Now, Pakistan has never committed any material breach of the Indus Waters Treaty. It's as clear as that. So they try to push the argument that Pakistan never wanted to negotiate with us. Well, you cannot force a sovereign state to negotiate in the first place. That's our sovereign choice. There is no international law which would compel Pakistan to negotiate with India on the Indus Waters Treaty unless Pakistan freely and voluntarily chooses to do so. So this argument that because Pakistan has always been reluctant to negotiate with us on the modification of the Indus Waters Treaty, so that's why Pakistan has materially breached the Indus Waters Treaty does not wash. It's a foolish argument, if you ask me. So that's the first argument, material breach. And then they also refer to some preambular sections which are not operative part of the treaty to justify that Pakistan has materially breached those preambular language to the effect that there should be good relations between the two states and so on and so forth. But like I said, that's not the operative part of the treaty, and you cannot materially breach the non-operative part of a treaty. The second argument outside the treaty that they make has to do with what they call fundamental change in circumstances. Now, here they refer to things like demographic changes that have occurred since 1960. And they somewhat also refer to climatic changes that have occurred since 1960. And they also refer to the fact that the restrictions that they have, the technicalities that they have to follow in terms of constructing their water infrastructure on the western rivers. Their argument is that these are too archaic. It really ties us down. There are more modern technological methods which are available, which would improve the efficiency and functioning of those infrastructure projects. So all of these arguments, they bunch up under this head of fundamental change in circumstances. And so then they try to argue that because there has been a fundamental change in circumstances, we are justified in unilaterally suspending the treaty. That's how they try to close the circle. Now, if you look at the jurisprudence around the idea of fundamental change in circumstances, and this makes, it's common sense, think about it. The bar or the threshold for meeting the elements of fundamental change of circumstances have to be extremely high. Otherwise, what would happen? It would be very easy for parties to simply walk out of international agreements on the basis of fundamental change in circumstances. So these changes in circumstances have to be truly unforeseeable at the time of the adoption of the treaty. So there is evidence that in 1960, and if you look at the negotiating history of Indus Waters Treaty, whatever they argue was not truly unforeseeable. So if you filter the Indian arguments through this high threshold that's required of fundamental change in circumstances, it does not fly. Their argument does not, it does not hold up together. So you could basically, also dismiss their justification on fundamental change in circumstances clearly on the basis of international law. The third possible argument that they can make and that they have made from time to time has to do with the suspension of Indus Waters Treaty being a countermeasure to the supposed support of cross-border terrorism by Pakistan into India. So you have to remember that the Indus Waters Treaty was unilaterally suspended in the aftermath of the Pahalgam incident. So they directly linked that incident to the unilateral suspension of the treaty. So as Professor Saab said, they weaponized water in our relationship, in Indo-Pak relationship. Now, when it comes to countermeasures, again, international law has a very specific framework for countermeasures. Countermeasures have to be proportionate. This is not a proportionate countermeasure. What you've done essentially is that you're trying to collectively punish the entire population of Pakistan. Collective punishment is absolutely illegal and not allowed under international law. So, any possible threats or actions to restrict or to divert water supplies that belong to Pakistan under the Indus Waters Treaty amounts to collective punishment essentially of the entire population of Pakistan. Because I don't need to tell you how much we depend on this single river system resource that we have for our livelihoods, for our hydropower, electricity, and so on and so forth. So it's tantamount to collective punishment. So this countermeasure is not proportionate. The other thing is that Indus Waters Treaty has nothing to do with terrorism. It's a water sharing arrangement. So how can you link a treaty that is purely a water sharing arrangement as a countermeasure to a supposedly terrorist act which has supposedly been sponsored by Pakistan? And then, very importantly, India has never been able to present any evidence whatsoever that would link Pakistan to the attack in Pahalgam. So unless there is credible evidence linking Pakistan to that attack, how can you justifiably impose a countermeasure against that attack? So again, this is another argument which can easily be, sort of countered in legal terms. Now, beyond these arguments, which are, some justifications which India has been providing, there are also humanitarian concerns, human rights law concerns when it comes to Indus Waters Treaty. So there are some UN-related experts, we call them special procedure mandate holders, who are associated with the Human Rights Council in Geneva. So a few months ago, they actually communicated with the government of India, asking them, to justify their unilateral suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty. And they basically based that communication on violations of international human rights law. Because the people of Pakistan have the right to water, right to environment, right to life, right to food, right to development. All of these rights are potentially being infringed or curtailed as a result of the unilateral suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty. So what I'm trying to suggest to you is that you can also make a human rights law related argument when it comes to the Indus Waters Treaty. Now, a couple of things and then I'll stop. One more thing that I would like to add at this point, and I'm sure that you'd like to know that what is it that Pakistan can do now? A lot of you might be very pessimistic about international law in general right now, thinking what's going on around us, whether it's the US, Iran, Israel conflict, whether it's Palestine, whether it's the Ukraine war, and so on and so forth. Well, we can address those issues, in the question and answer session. And I can also maybe give some suggestions in terms of what we need to do specifically in legal terms. But I would like to just, wrap up by saying that, India really doesn't have much of a legal ground when it comes to unilateral suspension or abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty. We have a good case as far as the law is concerned, right? Now, to what extent can international law really come to our rescue when it comes to actual enforcement of this issue? That's another question, right? That has different dimensions. So I'm going to stop there, and maybe in the Q&A session we can further extend our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very enlightening and very comprehensive. And I left it at a good point. I think we will definitely pick you up on that once the question answers. Then over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rabia and CPPG. And thank you, Ali, for elaborating Indus Water Treaty in a way um, that is very closely to its another aspect, fundamental aspect, that is political aspect. And what I'm going to talk about is the geopolitics of Indus Water Treaty. Uh, but before that, I would like to add a point, and I will like to start from the point where Dr. Kausar Abdullah left, that Pakistan has adequate water resources. And Hasib, you asked this question about scarcity and shortage. So, as far as Pakistan is concerned, there are, yes, different opinions, different estimate based on scientific estimates and scientific studies. But overall, there is no doubt that Pakistan has enough water resources, and to the extent that William Young said that Pakistan is a water rich country. The problem lies fundamentally with the mismanagement. And when mismanagement happens, that certainly falls with uh, politics. So, politics is something which has played a very important role in case of Indus waters, even a long ago, long before the partition, when this issue became a transboundary water issue between India and Pakistan. As far as your concern about scarcity and stress was that the shortage of water and scarcity are two different things. The unavailability of fresh water resources does not mean that there is necessarily a shortage of water. The unavailability of adequate water resources through adequate means may be because of so many other reasons, but not necessarily because of shortage. So I think, as far as my studies concerned, I'm a humble student of hydropolitics for almost 13 years now. There is no such issue of water shortage in Pakistan. Starting about the political aspect of Indus Water Treaty, because the question of Indus waters is simultaneously political, legal, and technical. So there are so many technical issues which are deeply entrenched in the politics, national politics, and then in the international politics, and which are deeply implicated by the geopolitics. If we look at the development of Indus waters when it started with the coming of the British to India, that was also based on political interests of the British. And they were not the experts of hydro development. They had done some development in the Middle East, the colonies there, but they had done it on the basis of one fact, that they had to develop a class which they could actually get help from after the overthrow of the Mughals. And on the basis of this development, hydro development, which was not at all basin wide development, it was very much need based development, as and where required, they actually raised a class of landlords which totally supported the British. And in wake of that, nine new canal colonies had been established. And the people they migrated from West Punjab and other parts of India, and they were settled here. They were allotted huge parts of lands which were before barren lands, and the purpose was one political factor, to get the support of a new class. So this Indus River system was more important because this was far less populated area as compared to the Brahmaputra and Ganges basins, even far before partition. When we come to the time of partition, and when it becomes a transboundary issue between India and Pakistan, at that time also Indus waters remain deeply associated uh, in the bilateral politics of India and Pakistan, and deeply entrenched in the geopolitics. India and Pakistan, they had just fought a war on Kashmir right after partition. And water issue was somehow also being seen as a very important issue associated with Kashmir, because almost all the tributaries of Indus, they were entering into Pakistan and India from Kashmir. And although there are two other core riparians of Indus River system, Afghanistan and China, and since this Indus originates in Tibet, but there is no much dependence of them on this water. The case of Afghanistan is different now, but in case of China, so they did not pay much attention to it at that time. And also in this arrangement, all the co-riparians were not involved. So that is also a question about Indus Water Treaty, that should it have been a bilateral treaty or a multilateral treaty? So that's another point of discussion. Talking about the geopolitics at that particular time, when the idea of this development in this Indus River system and the time of blocking of water into Pakistan's link canals was very much the same when India and Pakistan had just finished a war, and that issue was in the UN, and that which we popularly call canal water blockage or canal water dispute. So that was a time of deep insecurity also in Pakistan. And that was again associated somehow with Kashmir. And when the idea of this development and some political settlement came, and when Professor Lilienthal was called by, actually, he was invited here by Prime Minister Nehru, because he was very enthusiastic about his development of dams on Satluj and in some, it's actually Bhakra Dam. In particular, he was called to visit Bhakra Dam. So when he analyzed the situation, the first idea he gave was, because that was the idea he had himself implemented in the US, in Tennessee Valley Authority, that it should be something like a model of joint commission, and India and Pakistan could jointly manage Indus River system. But because of a lot of trust deficit, because of a lot of insecurities on parts of both countries, it was rejected by both India and Pakistan. So, and when he wrote that article, he also wrote about Kashmir, not directly about water issue. So at that time, this issue was seen as a perspective of Kashmir issue. And he had written that, is it an other Korea in the making? Which clearly suggested that he was looking at from the perspective of what was going on between South Korea and North Korea in the background of that Cold War politics. And here also, when the negotiations started, and which continued for almost a decade with the facilitation of World Bank, and World Bank was also a new organization, a new institution at that time, which was looking at some such issues. And at that time, World Bank was investing almost 70% of its total funds on infrastructure projects globally, which is not the case today. So for them, it was another lucrative option to work it out. And at that time, Pakistan had also joined US as and Pakistan had before that signed CETO and CENTO, and Pakistan had that leverage which it thought it could use to some extent. And may I quote VP Saxena, who had been Indus Water Commissioner of India. He said that actually at that time, according to their idea, India did not present its case very strongly. They believed that India had much stronger position practically, excuse me, than it actually negotiated. And another point before I forget that why is it being said because another kind of politics is going on in India, which is to actually contest the Nehruvian idea of development in foreign policy, and that is a narrative being developed by BJP in India. And on the basis of this, they particularly attacked Indus Waters Treaty because it was signed by Prime Minister Nehru, and Prime Minister Nehru was very much um, in, what we can say, enthusiastic about River Satluj at that, because he had in mind to develop the Indira Gandhi Canal structure and to irrigate Rajasthan and the lower states of India. So we can say with some caution that Satluj was for Prime Minister Nehru at that time what Chenab is becoming for BJP today. So at that time, Pakistan, the problem for Pakistan, I think, was that to use that leverage to sign the treaty and secure some three rivers and to have facilitation and water development instead of losing all the water. Because it had become a reality that now India was in Kashmir and practically it was controlling the flows of 5 tributaries in Kashmir. So coming to the later part of it, that for 40 years it continued, and we can see that the recent re-emergence of the issue also coincides with the geopolitical changes. Actually, this all started after the terrorist attack in 2016, when Prime Minister Modi set up a commission to study that how can we get out of Indus Water Treaty. And that was the time, and why particularly counterterrorism and the issue of cross-border terrorism from Pakistan, because they were actually, India got emboldened on this issue after Mumbai attacks. Because fortunately or unfortunately, our case was not very strong on Mumbai attacks, and there were some indications and evidences. And later, Pakistan was also able to gather the evidences that India was also investing and actually brewing terrorism into Pakistan through Balochistan and that Kulbhushan Yadav case and all these evidences. And to some extent, Pakistan shared the evidences also. Another important point, which is important in my perspective, is that before 2016, India had been successful using that changing geopolitical scenario in getting this point that Pakistan must control the cross border terrorism issue in US national security strategies. And one after the other, in all those strategies, Pakistan was increasingly being associated with this issue. So this was a pressure they were able to create. And by 2016, they were quite confident that they would be able to put pressure on Pakistan through this. And they actually wanted to initiate renegotiations. And over the last 8 years, they had been putting the pressure, one attack after the other. And they also wrote 3 letters to Pakistan before that suspension in 2025, that we want to restart the dialogue and renegotiations. So, and in 2025, the event in particular in question, when we talk about the suspension of Indus Water Treaty, I think that was the part of a larger plan, a larger planning and larger understanding in South Asia, that now India was in position to alter the balance of power and was in position to change the uh, uh, trajectory of power Pakistan had been maintaining for some time. And that coincided very much with the initial days of that crisis between India and Pakistan, when they were quite sure that they would be able to put the pressure on Pakistan, they would be able to steer a lot of support internationally. And this was not until that decisive air fight between Pakistan and India, which actually altered the geopolitical scenario in South Asia, no international player was actually interested in coming and resolving the issue between India and Pakistan. So that was the balance, geopolitical balance in which India was playing last year also. Now, since they have put it in suspension, and now the question is that legally, Ali has put it very clearly that we have a very strong position legally. But if we talk about diplomatically and politically, we have stronger position today after all the developments in South Asia and the adjoining regions. And after last week, we have perhaps more stronger position. And the idea behind this is that we cannot just go and start putting this pressure on India without some international support, which I think we can leverage at this point in time, and bring India on table, because the legal part comes later. The first political question is how to bring India on table. And before going to start this by putting this political pressure on India, how are we prepared to initiate negotiations? What do we want? Because this is very clear that the demographic changes, the climate change impacts have particularly altered the dynamics of water, food, all in the northeastern states of India. They are under pressure, which is putting a lot of pressure on overall the political scenario also. So they need to negotiate something for increased water supply. So the legal question remains that what can we negotiate? What are the concessions we can offer if we go for renegotiation? But the most important part is that the geopolitics at this time, they offer us this opportunity, ample opportunity, that we can maneuver the support internationally and we can put enough pressure on India that come and sit with us and let's start talking at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zainab. I think that was a very well-rounded, good discussion that we've had. And I already see hands up. So I would request, I will start taking the question answers. I will take them in a round of three. I would request everybody to keep the question as short as possible so that we can have as many questions and restrict to one question, right? So we will start with one. Introduce yourself as well, yes. So one, Hasib, and then Zubair. So three questions over here, and then we move forward.
So I would put this question to Mr. Ali. Ali Saab, I just wanted to ask, to what extent has the Indus Water Treaty remained resilient despite political hostility between India and Pakistan? And what explains this durability?
Good to see you back, ma'am, again. So the question is that Sir Ali mentioned that some parts of the Indus Water Treaty, I mean, the whole treaty is not suspended, but some of the parts of the treaty, they are operational, they are functioning. But the question is that the treaty has been suspended formally, and all those operational parts, they are informally operational. So that, I believe, has a symbolic value that India in future can do whatever they want to do with the treaty, because the operational part is not a formal, they're not formally operational. So what would be the sustainability from this water treaty in the future given this fact? And the second question is, what could be the role of China being an upper riparian state, and the argument that you made that it's a co-riparian state. So is there any role that China could play being an upper riparian state in this matter? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Mohammad Zubair. I'm Phil Public Policy and Governance at FC. So first of all, my question is more like a comment, and I would like to go further. There is no sign of as such materialistic breach from the end of Pakistan, as we were discussing. So what can we do in order to put India on table just to negotiate for the Indus Water Treaty? Also, after they are strategizing attacks on themselves, just like Pulwama, Pelgam, and Mumbai Hamlas and this kind of stuff, they are just trying to avoid that part. So they can just have a sign of materialistic breach considering the Vienna Convention. So I would like to get some remarks on that. How can we strategize this thing in order to put them on table? That's the main question.
I'm Shujat. So I'll let clarifications sort of. You said water is not scarce. You said water is not scarce, but and then we have, and yet we hear these numbers. Water. Okay. 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 So water is not short, but again, that's a relative concept, relative to population. दूसरा सवाल आप क्लैरिफाई दूसरा मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपने you said something about the motivation for setting up these canal colonies. You said it was largely political support. I would take the alternative view. It was more about extraction of resources. They were fighting wars, imperialist wars. They needed the resources, food for their armies, and people. Just wo jo Ghodi Pal stuff, basically supporting their war effort across the world. So ये आप तो embedded हैं दोनों. So it's not just political support. There's more to it.
All right. Okay. So the first question had to do with what made Indus Waters Treaty so resilient until perhaps a few years ago. I think that was the question. I think the reasons are more political rather than legal, as Dr. Zainab also explained. There is something which happened around 2015 and 2016, which emboldened India to start acting in ways which it earlier on had restrained itself from doing so. So that's why we have Indus Waters Treaty, which survived the two wars between India and Pakistan. It survived the Kargil conflict, but something snapped in 2015, and I think you have to situate that in the context of greater global shifts in geopolitics. India started feeling more confident, more ambitious, more emboldened, and maybe they convince themselves, although I feel that they live in this make believe kind of a world where they vastly exaggerate their potential, their capability, and their power. But driven by all of these elements, I think is something which led them over the cliff, so to speak. Also, I think till that point, it was important for India to be seen as a responsible actor in the international system. So, if on the one hand, India is pushing for a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council, then how can it at the same time start unilaterally walking out of bilateral treaties, again, which have been brokered by global institutions like the World Bank? So, these are some factors which until 2015, 2016 held them back. But since then, as Dr. Zainab very rightly pointed out, things have changed. So that's the response to the first question. Okay. The second question, and then I leave Dr. Zainab to answer China, role of China, and also the last question that you asked. What can we do? Because that's more political rather than legal. आपने सवाल पूछा था कि मैंने कहा है कि कुछ पार्ट्स ऑपरेटिव हैं कुछ पार्ट्स नॉन ऑपरेटिव हैं नो आई डिडंट से दैट what I was saying was that preamble in general is not considered to be an operative part of a legal instrument. Okay, so you basically cannot materially breach the language of the preamble. That's the point that I was making. As far as India is concerned, the entire treaty is suspended. Okay, the point that I made earlier on in my presentation was that Pakistan does not accept this suspension by India. So, as far as we are concerned, the Indus Waters Treaty is still in force. It is still operational. Okay. Now, who's right? Who's wrong? How do we determine that? And this perhaps might also answer the last question, which was put forward here. What can we do? Look, international law is very clear that even if a party unilaterally suspends a treaty, the dispute resolution clauses or mechanisms that are embedded in the treaty, they still survive these unilateral acts. If for no other reason, to determine whether the suspension itself or the termination for that matter was legal or not, was allowed by the treaty or not. So international law is very clear about that. So one clear legal pathway that we have is that we can send a request to the World Bank, and World Bank has to play this role of a facilitator when it comes to appointing or establishing certain dispute resolution processes under the Indus Waters Treaty. That's in fact the role of the World Bank. Sometimes we tend to exaggerate the role that the World Bank has as far as the Indus Waters Treaty is concerned. It had that role in the earlier years of the Indus Waters Treaty, but that's no longer the case. Today, the World Bank is just a facilitator. Every communication that the World Bank has with the government of Pakistan or government of India, they're very, there's always a line at the end of that. We are a facilitator. Okay. But as a facilitator, they definitely have the mandate under the treaty to accede to our request to establish a fresh court of arbitration. And the mandate before the court of arbitration would be to determine whether India's unilateral suspension was legal or not. Now, I have made these arguments in a conference room, right? That's very different from getting these arguments actually tested before a legal, international legal forum and then getting them endorsed from that international legal forum. So if we think that Pakistan has a strong enough case, then we should go for a fresh court of arbitration and present these arguments before that court of arbitration. Now, some of you might get confused because from time to time you read about this court of arbitration that is currently, in place for Indus Waters Treaty. That is a very specific mandate. That court of arbitration was established before India's action to unilaterally suspend the treaty. So, in other words, this matter cannot be brought before that court. That court has a very specific mandate to look at the design parameters of certain projects, that we have disagreements with over, with India. So we'll have to go for a fresh court of arbitration. So that's, if you were to ask me one sort of silver bullet legal recommendation as to what to do vis-a-vis the Indus Waters Treaty, that would be it. But I can also share with you that there is some reluctance on the part of the policymakers to go down this pathway because they tend to be too risk averse. It's easy to make these arguments, in a seminar, right? But when you're actually testing these arguments in an actual legal forum, it's not that simple, and you cannot entirely predict what's going to happen. Okay, I can tell you that maybe we have a 70 to 80% chance it will prevail. But are you willing to take that 20% risk? What if this forum ultimately says, like that 20% is triggered and the forum ends up saying that no, what India has done is right? Then we'd even be left with, making these arguments in the political domain. So that's how I would respond. Thank you.
जहां तक आपका पहला सवाल है, what can we do to bring India on the table? I don't agree with the first part of your comment. So that's certainly your comment कि India अगर खुद ऐसा करवाता है या नहीं करवाता. That's, I think, more of a sweeping statement. But look, this situation makes one thing very clear, that non-state actors is a very important reality of this world and this region in particular. And none of the states are in complete position to control the acts and intentions of non-state actors. So if any non-state actor does it, so what are we going to do, either Pakistan or India? So if we are going to associate, like India associated with this one issue on which does not have any control. We do not have any control on. India could not prove that we had any association with the Pahalgam terror attack. So that's certainly a very precarious situation. Uh, as far as the question was concerned, that some parts of the treaty function, Ali has explained it, but one thing I will say, that even earlier, India was not completely abiding by all the conditions of the treaty. Since 2007, it has stopped sharing the data. Uh, it did not share any data which it was required to share before 2-3 years before the suspension. It had stopped giving us the inspections of the projects which it was required to give us under the treaty. So, but still the situation was going on. But what happened, what we saw during the last monsoon season, that after that they're putting the treaty in abeyance, still they informed us about the flow of water before the flood season. And they categorically said that we have done it on the basis of good faith and moral basis. But they informed us, which they otherwise do under the treaty. So that indicates that they are also ready to talk, and perhaps at some point in time they would also like to sit. But how to bring them on table as soon as possible, and when it is more in our interest as a result of that geopolitical scenario globally. Since the time they suspended it in May 2025, the situation had turned against in our favor. We should have started planning how to bring them on the table. I don't know whether that had started or not, but we have not seen any concrete effort yet, or planning. We have not heard of any such thing. How to go to negotiations, what we are ready to negotiate, what we are not ready to negotiate, because two main things which we can make of through the rhetoric and the discourse they have been developing over the time. One is the ratio of the division of water, and the argument we have is that that is based on the ratio of the land of the basin divided. So that may not change, but if they bring in that, put demographic factor in the ratio and put the impact of climate change in the ratio, if they succeed in getting it, so the dynamics and that ratio of 80-20 or 70-30 would change. So are we ready to take that? Secondly, another important thing was Chenab River. And I may be wrong, but I'm personally convinced that now the point of discussion would be Chenab. They very much need Chenab River. As far as the question of China is concerned, one direct pressure China is putting as the most upper riparian state is that if we just talk about one dam China is building on the Brahmaputra River, that is known as Yarlung So River in China, that is $130 billion dam. And it is going to actually provide electricity, that hydropower project on that dam, to almost 1/4 of the population of China. That's almost 3 times bigger than the Three Gorges Dam. So that's something, a reality, and that's actually putting a lot of pressure on India from its upper riparian, which it is compelled to pass on to its lower riparian. The other question that is very important, that can China and will China be ready to be a part of this upcoming negotiations whenever they take place as a co-riparian? That's a question. The other thing I think we can try to get our support from China on, that China is also perhaps somehow now interested in playing some part in mediations and on issues which are not putting China directly in conflict at this point in time. And water issue can be one of those issues. But we have to remember that China is a country which itself is an upper riparian, and it has no international treaty on water with any of its lower riparian countries. An institution which China is hailing recently is International Mediation Organization. It has established, or rather reinvigorated, at Hong Kong. So perhaps with World Bank, if we try that, that also plays some role. I don't know if that's a possibility or not. as Ali Saab just said, that if you actually go down that path, that's a different reality. These things have to be studied. They need immediate attention. And as a think tank, last year we established a task force. Ali Saab is also part of that, and he has put in a lot of effort in it, along with Faisal Naqvi Saab from legal perspective. And we have actually issued our first report. And we are going to release our second report on this particular question, that what can Pakistan negotiate, what can Pakistan not negotiate, and what should be the political course. So we actually plan to release it by 31st May. So I think after that, I will be able to answer a few of your questions. As far as stress and shortage and scarcity are concerned, I actually said that Pakistan is not a victim of water shortage. Pakistan has an issue of water scarcity. So if we look at the natural resources it has, that does not put us in a dire condition of water shortage. The issue is of availability, and that very much depends on the management of that resource which is present here, and how to actually make it available to your population. My that perspective is based on a study of a very senior hydroanalyst of World Bank, William Young, and so many other hydroanalysts and hydrologists who believe that even the glacial melt, the monsoon rains, they would be enough for a few decades. So in that case, our urgency doesn't come from shortage, it comes from the management perspective. And the other argument, political argument, is based on actually my research. And one important part of that research is David Gilmartin's book, Blood and Water, who actually puts his thesis that a very important intention, a very conscious effort of the British was actually to develop a class, and on the basis of that water infrastructure, and certainly extraction of resources was the fundamental idea of colonization. Thank you.
I would like to give a chance to people who haven't asked a question as yet, but we will be meeting after that. So, you can have a question over a cup of tea. Okay? So, Dr. Khoso, and then I'll come to whoever, Nasir Gill, and one more person.
Thank you, Dr. Rabia. I would be asking both speakers that what are the roles and functions defined in that specific treaty? We didn't know about it. We are discussing this. The treaty is, India has rejected to abide to it. But what is in it when India is doing is violating the treaty? What is it that India is doing? India is abiding to that treaty, and what Pakistan has to do. At the same time, we want to know what part of the Indus Basin is a part of Afghanistan, China. How much? What ratio is that? And what part and what ratio lies in Pakistan? And at the same time, India. These are the two things.
Just one question. Just one question. Just one question. Third question and the last question.
Thank you. My question is more, sorry. I'm Irfan, and I'm basically working as a consultant as climate change specialist with one of the World Bank organization. So, no. So I have questions related to the geopolitical. So under the current circumstances, if we look at the fragile global governance, that how the global institutions are basically uh, in a fragile situations, they can't handle the human crisis in the Gaza and the Palestine and the Iran. So under such circumstances, how much we can rely on these aspects to resolve this Indus Water Treaty, and how much we can basically. And another questions from Ali. So you are talking about the Indus River systems composition. So I think one thing need to be correct. Uh, the glacier melt percentage is not 50%. So there in the Indus River systems, we have an 80% of the water comes through the glacier and the ice melt. So the only the 20% and 15% is coming from the monsoon rainfall. But apart from that, so the eastern rivers we have, there is a global international law jurisprudence on the ecocide. So can we apply that jurisprudence of ecocide on the eastern rivers, that how we can protect the ecology and all other aspect of the eastern rivers through these global jurisprudence? Thank you.
You want me to take a stab at it first? Okay. आपका सवाल था कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी के अंदर क्या है, itself क्या है? Well, what is it? Now, I presume that this was an informed audience, that you would have some idea about Indus Water Treaty. Basically, it divides the Indus River system between India and Pakistan and tries to do it equitably, right? 3 rivers belong to India. 3, the eastern rivers, as you mentioned, and 3 were given to Pakistan, the western rivers.
Ali, I think he was asking that once it is abrogated, in what parts it is still maintaining the
Okay,
treaty,
right,
and
right.
in what parts we are still abiding by the treaty, and in what parts we are
Right,
in
right, right.
violation.
The important parts which are affected have to do with the functioning of the commission, because the functioning of the commission rests on regular meetings between the Indus water commissioners, right? Now that mechanism basically has stopped functioning. It has not been functioning for a while now. So that's one practical impact of that. The second impact has to do with India coming up with certain projects without sharing the details of those projects with us, without allowing our commissioner visits to those projects. Now there are also ongoing proceedings related to Ratle and Kishan Ganga projects. One of those proceedings are before what we call a court of arbitration, and the other proceedings are before a neutral expert. Both of these proceedings had issued their schedule of visits to these contested projects. So they were going to do it sometime end of last year. Now, because of this unilateral suspension by India, those have not been able to happen, right? So these are some practical impacts of the decision to suspend the treaty. Then also sharing of data. India for quite some time has not been fully sharing the data that it's supposed to share with us. That's another key provision which is not being complied with. So the argument that I was trying to make was that because of these violations by India, we tend to argue that these are material breaches by India. So one more thing that I wanted to, perhaps I forgot earlier on, but which I think is an important point. Under international law, suspension is a temporary state. The idea is that parties should make all efforts to return to restoration of their obligations rather than march towards terminating them. So if we examine India's conduct since their, decision to unilaterally suspend the treaty, they're going in the opposite direction. They're not making efforts or treating it as if it's a temporary state. They're actually hardening their position. So again, that is also a very, very, serious violation of this bedrock principle related to suspension. All right, I'll take another question. enforcement, international law, right? Ecocide. Well, ecocide is now being talked about as some form of a crime under international law, crime against the environment, right? That's what ecocide is. But to talk about supply that, okay, another thing that you have to remember is that over the years, India has not fully utilized the waters that it actually can, the water of the eastern rivers that it actually can. So that committee that was established in 2016, one of their objectives was to find out how India could, while remaining under the treaty, better utilize its rights. That's what they were trying to do. So that's another step that they're going to be moving in, whether there's treaty or not. They're going to try to utilize these waters in a much more, beneficial manner for themselves, right? Now, when it comes to the eastern rivers and this whole environment, ecology, river ecology, and protection of marine and river ecology, in one of the earlier cases related to the Kishan Ganga, this was a 2012 arbitration. So there, we argued that we are entitled to some minimum flow, right? Uh, in order to precisely in order to preserve the minimum ecology of the river systems, including the eastern rivers. And the Court of Arbitration eventually agreed with us. So if you read our response to that decision, we're pretty, jubilant about it. We kind of celebrate it as kind of a success, although we didn't really prevail upon the real issue that we wanted to prevail upon. But this was a kind of a concession which we got. So yes, we have the right, as per that Court of Arbitration ruling, that we are entitled to a minimum flow of water even into the eastern rivers in order to maintain the ecology of those rivers. So that's, I hope that answers your question. Okay. The rest I'll leave Dr. Zainab.
Briefly, one thing I would add, as Ali Saab mentioned, that what is in the treaty, there is one thing which India has always disliked, seems to dislike, that is conflict resolution mechanism being given in the treaty, because this was one of the very successful cases also because a detailed conflict resolution mechanism has been given in the treaty, and India doesn't agree anymore with that. So one parts I think which India may be contending in the future, that actually will try its best to get rid of that conflict resolution mechanism, and that's something which protects Pakistan a lot and which has been protecting Pakistan a lot. That's another question. We used it to the best of it or not, that's another thing. The second question was that it's vague that India can be brought to negotiating table when they are not even ready to shake hands. I did not say that India will come to the negotiating table. I consciously did this effort to say India will be brought to the negotiating table if it would be brought to the negotiating table. And I tried to link this point to the fact that right now, the global politics and the fluidity of the global order and the current scenario of great power competition and what has been happening in South Asia and Middle East for last exactly 12 months, that puts us in a position to get some leverage from the great powers to put this pressure on India and try to bring it on the negotiating table. This will not continue as it is. This will not be in favor of us for a very long time because of our internal vulnerabilities. The next question was that how much can they be relied in this international order? Yes, I very much agree with you, and that's the exactly the point from where our urgency should come. That this situation is not going to prevail right now. We as a sovereign state can get some pressure from the international powers to put this on India and bring it to negotiate something and decide something before this also all turns against us also. uh, Third thing was that how can Pakistan not manage its resources? It's very clear that Pakistan has two equally important aspects of water issue. One internal and the other is external. Transboundary, and the irony is that on the both sides of border, within the country and without. We have the same issue, water distribution dispute. Despite all these efforts, despite all doing this, due to mismanagement, we still could not resolve the provincial water distribution issues, management issues, and that remains to be the at least 50% challenge. And until and unless we actually resolve that issue, our international case also remains weak to some extent. But what is the urgency that needs to be addressed on urgent basis? If this issue has come up before the internal issue, which was going on for a very long time, and we should have taken adequate measures, which we did not. But this issue is equally important to address in case of Transparm. Thank you.
I hate to break up this very absorbing discussion that is taking place. The questions and equally very, very clear positions on the answers that have been taken. I think it was a very informative discussion that was taking place. But as you all know that all good things do come to end. So this session, we have already overshot by some time. And we'll have to break it up and start preparing to get into the next session, which I am very sure is equally, or if not more, absorbing, because that relates to a lot of issues which have been pointed out now in this session. The governance part of it, the water management part of it. That is the nitty-gritties of the entire debate that will ultimately lead to strengthening your case subsequently and into the international arbitration if you want to go there. So I'll take this opportunity to thank Ali Sahib for you joining us today. You are again welcome many more times. You said it's first time that you're coming to FC College, so we'll keep inviting you so that you can we can benefit from your expertise, and very articulately you have put across your point of view. And from the geopolitics part of it, Dr. Zainab, thank you very much. It was very comprehensive and very passionately laid out very clearly with well-rounded points that you have made on these. Each point that what you have made is a subject matter for discussion, a complete sense in itself. But from the experience point of view, the deficiency, let me tell you, is in our own homework. If we can do our homework together, sit together and put all these things that have been discussed as a part of a very articulate strategic paper or something, then we can also discuss issues which have been pointed out. One, that what and how India can be brought onto a talking table to include not only this, but also other geopolitical or regional issues that we want to talk. And this could be one of it. The moments, as Dr. Zainab said, are fleeting. They will pass away very quickly, and other events, as the world sees, would take over very soon. Secondly, the point which Ali made was, I think, a very important point, that what are we willing to concede, and should we want to open up the Pandora box, as some would call it, because ultimately when we open up a new treaty or we open up discussion on this treaty, it requires a very deliberate homework that you have to do first on your own side, that what are you willing to concede should you want to go there and down that route. So this is something which we'll continue to discuss. And before I call for a short break for a cup of tea, I would like to welcome our third speaker on Zoom, available from Islamabad. Dr. Aisa Khan is with us on the Zoom, and we'll take a break over here and welcome you back again when we rejoin for the next session. Thank you very much, and I invite you for a cup of tea. We will reassemble at 1:25, so you have 20 minutes of break. A minute, wherever you are, please wait over it. Have a seat. Have a seat. I've been informed that the speakers have to go before. So before we bid farewell to them, I'd like to thank them and present a shield for their participation today.
Sir.
We can have a break and 1:25 we could be back over there seated.
Assalamualaikum ji, good afternoon, Dr. Aisha.
Assalamualaikum.
अच्छा ये बताइए कि would you like to go in the beginning or would you like to go in the मतलब should we keep you in the end? कैसे आप करना चाह रही हैं?
I'm okay with whatever your preference is.
ठीक है.
I'll be here for the whole session. And my time will be what, about 15 minutes?
15 to 20 minutes जी, and then we open up for question answers. तो हमने सबको 15 से 20 मिनट दिए थे.
That's
What I
perfect.
would do then is suggest then is कि take you in the middle to have one speaker go online and then come back so that sort of evenly distributes it as well.
Whatever suits your convenience, I'm comfortable.
Perfect. Thank you. उनको unmute कीजिएगा. She's trying to say something. Dr. Acha, मैं आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. Maybe you could unmute yourself.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Should I leave myself unmuted or should I mute myself while someone else is speaking?
Up to you, Ji, entirely.
I think the better would be that we will not mute you. You can mute yourself and according to your convenience if you're doing something else. So it will be more convenient to you.
Okay.
For us, you will remain unmuted. So if you want to intervene at any time, point in time, you can.
I'll do that. Thank you. Are we 3 speakers?
Ji, we have three, for this panel, we have 3 speakers, Ji. Dr. Imdad Hussain from ITU, and we have Mr. Arjuman Qayyum Amjad from WWF, and yourself.
All right.
Okay, Ji, I think let's start and everybody will join us as slowly as they come along. Okay. So I think we've had a very good discussion regarding the availability of water. We had a nuanced discussion regarding the shortage versus the scarcity of water. We discussed the various aspects of the Indus Waters treaties, the legality, the transboundary regions. Now, as I said, that on this in the second session, we sort of move our gaze more inwards, which is that we look at the challenges within our own governance and the landscape within which the governance takes place. And as with other management issues, how other issues are managed, it's what we see a fragmented landscape within which water is dealt with, and we see a certain kind of ad hocism with insofar as the policy making towards water is concerned, and we see different um, departments stepping over mandates, stepping onto the toes of each other's, as well as certain areas which nobody is dealing with. So there is a sort of a milieu within which things are operating, which nobody, it's a bit of a mess. That well, for lack of a better word. What I would want to is that there's a gap between the policy design, the ground realities. That is what we are going to be focusing on in this session as well. And but situating that within the global discussions. And I would also request speakers, if they are planning on shedding some light on the 2026 UN conference and the water equity issues that it raises, and the governance, inclusivity, and integration focus that it has, if you're planning on raising questions regarding that. And so that is why this session is titled Water Governance, Equity, and the Policy Infrastructure. We have three esteemed speakers with us, three people who are well equipped. They have the research, academics, as well as policy makers, policy analysts in the field. I will ask Sara, our student, to introduce the panelists, and then we will start.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sara Javed. I'm going to give a brief introduction of the panelists. Author of 30 Cities Analyzing Punjab Drinking Water Policy, Dr. Imdad Hussain launched a research program on water and food at the Punjab Urban Resource Centre in 2011, which has produced insightful policy proposals for water and food policies, some of them adopted by the government of Punjab. Dr. Hussain teaches innovative research methods such as urban sensography, spatially smellscape, soundscape, psychogeography, and critical cartography. Information technology. As a policy scientist, he runs a lab to explore the potential of gamification, artificial intelligence, data in policy design and delivery, which he has taught at the Massachusetts Institute of Public Administration as Tokyo courses. Dr. Hussain trained civil servants, social welfare officers, and civil engineers on service delivery. He also advises local and provincial governments, donor agencies, and international banks on urban policy issues. He is recently engaged in publishing his work on climate change communication and greening industrial policy in Pakistan. Next up, we have Mr. Arjuman Qayyum Amjad. He is a sustainability professional with more than 18 years of experience in the domain of environmental resource management and efficiency enhancement in industrial settings. He has led the teams conducting environmental baseline assessments, impact assessments, energy audits, chemical management assessments, equipment performance analysis, and environmental and energy certification programs for international organizations like EU, EKN, GIZ, ILO, IFC, World Bank, WWF, Pakistan. Up till now, he has completed assessments in more than 150 industrial facilities, including the textile, leather, paper, and food sectors. He is also a full member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. Lastly, we have Dr. Aisha Khan. Aisha Khan is a leading development practitioner with over 22 years of experience in climate policy and community based resilience. She is the founder and head of the Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change and the Mountain and Glacier Protection Organization, where she works at both policy and grassroots levels to advance inclusive participatory approaches to climate action. Her work focuses on the adaptive resilience of underdeserved communities through locally driven ecosystem-based solutions. She serves on multiple national and international advisory bodies, including Climate Security Working Group at Pakistan's National Security Division, the World Bank's External Advisory Council for South Asia Climate Action, and the Pakistan Climate Change Council. Aisha Khan is an active voice in climate discourse and has been widely recognized for her contributions, including the Bright Award for Environmental Sustainability from Stanford University, the International Order of Merit France, and Pakistan's Tamga-e-Imtiaz. Now back to Dr. Rabi.
Ji, thank you very much, Sara. I would ask Dr. Imdad Hussain to start.
Ji, thank you so much for inviting me to the CPPG. I have been here. That was not part of. I forgot. So I was here for about 10 years. I've been teaching at the CPPG and initiating and leading various research projects on climate and water. There are a couple of things because a lot of talk has been done on irrigation water, water in general. Like a couple of things about drinking water policy. This is my earlier work, which I published when I was at the CPPG. And now I'm publishing my second work on, this is update of this work on the problems of drinking water. Some of the problems I will talk to you about drinking water in Pakistan and especially in Punjab. They have already been covered in this book, but my next book is talking more about the recent context of drinking water policy. Now, let me make two statements at the outset. Drinking water or water in general is not a problem of public policy per se. And a lot of people, when they talk about water, they use these words like, managing water or governing water. I'm taking up this issue, the use of these words, in my book, this forthcoming book. My claim is very simple about water. Water can neither be governed nor can be managed. A lot of water utilities and water policies across the world are coming back to this realization that managing and governing water have done more harm than the benefit they have given to humanity. Now, coming to the water policy dispensation in Punjab and in Pakistan in general, I think, most of the water policy, when I say water policy, there are 10 or 12 documents which govern water, like National Water Policy, National Sanitation Policy, and there are policies with BAPDA and, irrigation policy in Punjab, Punjab Drinking Water Policy, Punjab Drinking Water Act. There are, other instruments of law and policy which ostensibly promise to govern or manage water. So this water policy, there are 7 or 8 reasons. 7 or 8 reasons. I will talk about them one by one. This water policy and whatever is contained in these documents and the practices which are undertaken by a plethora of government agencies related to water, they are not in sync with the realities of water, whether drinking or irrigation water. Now, first of all, the thing which is very important, and this realization has come across the world is coming up, at much pain. Water policies should be developed or built, or ideas around water must be built around the observations and actual working of water cycle, which is natural. Contrary to this, most of the water policies in vogue in Pakistan and other parts of South Asia, they deal only with the blue water, surface water, the water which is either visible or can be easily extracted and delivered through the pipes. Okay? And that is the main problem. This kind of linear thinking about water, we extract it, we use it, and then it becomes waste. This kind of linear thinking about water has caused lot of problems related to the availability of water and the amounts of waste which are untreatable and disruption of the ecosystems. And water cycle must be understood at once globally and locally. Okay? And there are details to it, but since we are short of time, uh, I will just mention and okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Most of the water policies, not only in Pakistan but in Punjab, since they deal with the blue water and they ignore green water is that water which is contained by the top soil, top 6 inches of soil, and the moss over it and the greenery over it. And this water, green water, is very important because it contributes to the rainfalls. The cities around the world which have, say, good surfaces and good soil and their green water in the form of grass and moss and greenery and small plants and weeds, that actually stimulates the water that is evaporated in the atmosphere and brings rain and keeps it into an equilibrium. And this is what most of the people in ancient times, for example, we are a civilization in Punjab and in India, more than 4,000 years of history of hydrology. Yeah, we built hydrological systems like 5,000 years ago. Okay, and our people, most of our people actually knew this, that this cycle has to be maintained. Maybe they did not know these terms, maybe they did not know these scientific knowledge about this, but somehow they had an idea that this cycle has to be maintained. Our books, for example, you take Bhagavad Gita, for example, Mano Samriti, you read Baba Nanak, his Punjabi poetry, somehow implicitly or explicitly they talk about, whether in drums or whether explicitly, they talk about maintaining this, maintaining this. For example, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, the person who takes something from nature and does not contribute anything is vile. Okay? So this was the part of it, and our water policies, conveniently ignore this. And I will tell later why our water policies in South Asia generally ignore these. The second issue is, we are in a climate emergency. Water is critical to decarbonization. Water is critical to green energy transitions. Water is critical to maintain urban cooling, is to maintain equilibrium in thermal comfort in our cities. You imagine in a month or 2 months, you and I will be unable to sit in a non-air conditioned room because they become so hot because most of our construction, this traps heat inside it and that heat is not released. And water is central to that. And our policies, whole of these edifices of policies generally ignore the role of water in decarbonization. For example, the utilities, water utilities around the world, they contribute 10% to the greenhouse gases because electricity leaves this big carbon footprint. And when it comes to Pakistan, we have not measured, but Our tube wells are old. Generally, our piping systems are inefficient. That's why they need more energy. Hence, our carbon footprint is considerably higher. Uh, the carbon footprint of water. Then, energy transition is becoming very important issue. All of the technologies which involve energy transition require the huge amounts of water, significantly huge amounts of water which are really difficult. And then, thermal comfort is very important. Um, a heat wave, an average heat wave in big Pakistani cities kills people, dehydrated people in hundreds. They can easily be saved. They can easily be saved. We have always done it using water, following water, and following the wisdom of water. I will talk about it later. Okay, then all of these systems, water systems across the South Asia, they were designed for the daytime consumption. When they were designed, and the standards which are still followed, which are still on the rule books, those favor the daytime consumption. A lot of economic activity and the activities involving water consumption have moved to the night, and we have no clue how water is actually consumed during the night economies. Okay, the next issue is demographic issues. Demographic issue, that is very important issue. So many families, joint family system is actually breaking in Pakistan, at least in major cities. And um, 15 years ago, I mentioned this demographic shift in this book, and we've been talking to government that people are becoming or moving to nuclear families, and these water systems were invented by the and installed first by the colonial authorities and then by our own water authorities, but they were designed for the big joint families living together. Now, a lot of families have become nuclear families. There are so many families in Lahore, Karachi, and which are led by single mothers. Single mothers. So these systems, they since they carry this masculine bias that there is, male head of the household who can bring water or who can manage water in the household, it does not serve the needs of, say, women or girl child or women-led households or people with disability. One of my students here conducted, done her thesis on all of the water filters in Lahore, and we, have been interviewing people who have been. There was not a single water filtration plant in Lahore where a woman or a girl can go fetch water and come back after 5 o'clock, because either those water filtration plants were in places, where there are no lights and where there is no community activity, and women, girls, elderly, disabled, they really feel unsafe, and that is related to the whole of the water infrastructure also. The shape of taps, fountains, the design of pipes. Anyway, we one of the issues which will become very critical for us in next few years, it is the publicness of water policy in Pakistan. Imagine we are extracting 6 billion liters of water, or more than that, 6 billion liters of water, which is packed in bottles and sold privately. Okay? There is no publicness. The publicness in water supply is diminishing at a very fast pace, and it has serious consequences for the society. Out of these 6 billion liters of water, which more than 100 companies pack in bottles, 15 to 20% is wasted in reverse osmosis. Now, when you run reverse osmosis to pack this water in the bottle, okay, it is demineralized. It becomes dead water. It does not hydrate easily. Water is not just H2O. And when you keep this plastic bottle into sunlight, there's something happens with this water. Some chemical processes happen with this water, and this is actually becoming a major issue which we are not realizing. And all of these bottles, more than 3 million tons of plastic waste. Okay, and public policy, I'm sure this public policy, this policies related to water are actively actively supporting this privatization of water that must be discussed, talked, and critiqued. The last two issues, you know, are water illiteracy and uh, this masculinity which is hidden, invisible in the whole of the infrastructure of water policy, its engineering, its infrastructure design, and water use. Moinuddin Sheikh Sahib is here. He is master of water. He will tell even now our agencies are designing water schemes at 440 liters per person per day. This is one of the highest rates of water consumption in the world. Pakistan is among the 10 biggest water wasters in the world. People are coming back to 20, 30, 40 liters per person per day. Even in America, there are rations not more than 50 liters per day or 100 liters per day, but we are like 440. It is being designed, and what is wasted is extra to this water. Now, when all of these problems, if you go through all of these policy documents, you will see that our policies are not responsive either to the wisdom of water, which must be followed by while designing, any water system, and not to the realities which are emerging. And climate is, as I told you, one of the most critical uh, aspect which must be brought into. And most of the last year I was visiting Multan and many other cities. A lot of pipes, वो एक लंबी गुफ्तगू है उसके टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स पर. A lot of infrastructure is not climate friendly. Pipes burst with this heat, okay, and they react with water. They react with water in different ways. Most of us, we still don't know because we don't conduct those kinds of studies. Okay? We conduct those kinds of studies which are either mandated by the agencies like PCR, WR, which has this mandate to conduct research on water, or if they are forced by either donor agencies or international lending agencies. Now, why this comes about? you know why this comes about and why we need deep thinking. When I said in the very beginning, our problem is not policy, our problem is samaj. Policy is based on some kind of samaj, some kind of analysis, and we hardly spare time to focus, think about these deeper issues which are plaguing uh, uh, water everywhere across Pakistan, but most prominently in Punjab. Now, there are two issues. If you look into, for example, if you have interest, there are some issues in our views of water which determine this policy. They are continuing from the colonial times. Okay. Now, if you read this literature, which is written on, how colonial masters looked at water in India, there are two kinds of influences which you still can see across our municipal authorities. और वो क्या है? Number one is water must be dispensed in a centralized way. Okay. Okay. The first water supply scheme, which was designed by the colonial masters in Calcutta in 1868, from that scheme up until now, all of the water schemes across or water supplies across Pakistan are highly centralized, highly centralized. And centralization of water has actually failed everywhere, everywhere. Okay. And the world is actually moving towards decentralized, more respectful, small scale water supplies because they are easy to maintain, they are easy to claim, they are easy to replace, okay? They are easy to work with. And small scale water supplies, they also somehow nudge their consumers to waste less, use water more effectively. Okay, so this is one issue. Number two, the principle which is followed in water agencies कि जी pressure बहुत ज्यादा होना चाहिए. ठीक, on the principle, this is highly masculine principle of pressure. The more the water comes with pressure, ठीक, उतनी ज्यादा हमें waste करने की, it automatically encourages us to waste. ठीक, तो and then the scale has to be big, the pressure has to be high. And अच्छा अब हमारे the problem क्या है, in now we come to the planning. Some of it we are continuing from the colonial times. The colonial masters. 2 minutes. हाँ, मैं बस I'm just winding it up in 2 minutes. अब जैसे आपने पहले गुफ्तगू सुनी, the colonial masters gave precedence to managing irrigation water because that could bring more profits and there was more extraction for the colonial state, and there was hardly any attention given to the municipal water or water supply, to the drinking water. The drinking water was kept limited to the to the officers area, to the European communities during colonial time, and that's how there were public hydrants for the people in across the cities where they would go and fetch water and drink. Some of it is still intact. Is still intact. Okay? Because the inequities in cities, there are so many streets in the cities, so many communities, even in Lahore, where water comes twice a day and you store it either in a drum or in a tub and use it all of the day. And there are households in this city each household uses more water than the whole neighborhood. Okay. And it is coming since the colonial times because there were no water meters in colonial era. Okay. And water was given on a flat rate that is still, very much, this practice is very much alive. In देखे ना 1975 में we have this, Vasas and these agencies. And from that day up until now, we don't have meters. Water is not measured. See? And the last problem which we have, despite may wind up in a minute, the last problem which we have, none of our water utility is financially viable or sustainable. Because water is, वो पहले session में कुछ बात हुई थी, why water is sold by these agencies at very negligible prices, which encourages waste, and on a flat rate. On a flat rate, there are so many spaces across all the cities where water is supplied free of cost. See? Okay. Now, if we want to reverse this situation, or if we want to deal with this situation, this is what analysis or my study reveals or demonstrates. We don't have a quick fix or an easy answer to the water woes we are facing, we are living right now. The problems are really, really wicked in water. And if we want to do something about water in the existing circumstances, in this climate era, the only thing which can help us as a nation is to rethink the colonial and post-colonial features of our relationship with water, which is highly problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imdad, for not only informative but very passionate presentation. And I'm sure everybody has lots of questions already. Dr. Aisha, over to you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I wish I could have been with all of you in person, but thanks to technology for making my virtual participation possible. So very grateful to CPPG for making me part of this conversation. I think the topic that you have chosen is extremely important, especially since we're living in the era of climate change right now. This is going to be the make and break sector, which is going to determine many, many things, not just human security, but the difference between war and peace. So I'm going to start out by just sharing with you that water that has been framed as a problem of scarcity is actually something that has to be solved through infrastructure, engineering, and supply expansion. The evidence is that the real crisis is not about how much water we have, but it's about how we govern it. And as we approach the 2026 UN Water Conference, the global conversation is shifting from infrastructure to institutions, from supply to systems, and from access to equity. And these are all the issues that we are going to discuss today. I will begin by touching on the governance landscape within Pakistan, and I will take you on this journey with me on the national issues that we face, and then transport us into the regional geography that we are a part of as South Asia. So let's just understand how the governance landscape works in Pakistan and why this fragmentation is causing us problems. To begin with, we have different roles and responsibilities after the 18th Amendment, and this has become a major cause of concern because the Ministry of Climate Change and the federal ministries of Food, Water, Energy, and Disasters take care of initiatives at the center, but after the devolution, the actual implementation for policies that are made at the center have to be undertaken by the provinces. Now, the provinces have low capacities, and there is a big difference between the capacity and capability of each province also. So that also creates a bit of a weakening within the system of how they correlate with each other. And it, at a certain level, increases the downstream challenges that are faced by the provinces. We have a good regulatory environment in which we have a number of policies, and the water policy is one of them. It was developed rather hastily, but nevertheless, it's better than having no policy. Now, to come to Pakistan, I think it's very important to understand our geography and to understand the topography and how we are an arc of vulnerability. That is why perhaps coping with climate change, and within climate change, water happens to be one of the key sectors because it controls the hydrology of the movement of water, frozen, and how it flows in our river systems. We have a geography that starts from the cryosphere high up in the mountains and comes down to the coast. So this makes the management of water and its hydrology extremely difficult to manage. I will first touch on water, which is the main problem that we face in Pakistan. And since it is a transboundary source on which we rely, we have to take both into account: how the transboundary mechanism in our relationship with the upper riparian affects us, and how we are mismanaging, I would say, water within the country. To date, the total quantity of water that we receive in the Indus Basin system has not changed drastically. There can be times of abundance of water, but even at low flow times, the volume of water has more or less remained consistent. However, the per capita availability has altered drastically. From 5,000 cubic meters, we are down to below 1,000. And that is why we are known to be a water-stressed country. We have also a heavy exploitation of groundwater, which leaves our groundwater resources depleted. So we need to take these things into account when we talk about water availability in Pakistan. How effective is it? How efficiently are we managing it? And how much storage capacity do we have? Our storage capacity is limited to 30 days, which is very low for a country like Pakistan. So these are some of the challenges. There are many more challenges, but we can come back to them in the Q&A session and discuss them in more detail. Water is also related to our food production. Now, within our geography, if we look at the quality of the soil that we have, almost 96% of the arable land is without the full spectrum of the organic matter needed for optimal agricultural productivity. And yet we are an agricultural country, and agriculture contributes almost 24% to the GDP and employs almost 40% of the population, majority of whom are women workers. But despite that, we are one of the lowest 10 countries in water productivity. We have 4 major crops that account for 80% of water and contribute less than 5% of GDP. Our crop yields are also below average, and we lose a lot of water due to the inefficiencies and the poor drainage system. A lot of the farms, nearly 80%, are small farms, which means smaller than 5 hectares. That means that the small farmer does not have the financial coping capability to absorb shocks. And there are a lot of shocks that we are going to get in the water sector from the changing pattern of hydrology directly as a result of climate change. Disasters is something to which we are now familiar with because they happen with increasing frequency and intensity. The 2022 floods, of course, stand out with their 30 billion loss and damage estimate by the World Bank. But over the years, Pakistan has been facing something equal to 3.79 billion annual losses related to climate-induced disasters. And all of them, most of them, are hydrometeorological disasters. So what happens to water, whether it is through glacial lake outburst floods or through intensive rainfall or cloudbursts or changes in patterns of monsoon precipitation, it creates disasters and displacements which cost our economy and set us back and put us in somewhat of a poverty trap. I'm going to touch on the issue of water equity and justice over here because I want to relate this to the Indus Water Apportionment Accord of 1992. Now, when we look at the distribution of water in 1992, how much each province got, and if we look at the population size of that province at that time, and we compare it to where the population stands now, there's a stark difference over here. There's a stark variation over here. In Punjab, for example, it has doubled 2 times perhaps. In Sindh, you can see it has doubled more than 2 times. In KP, it has doubled almost 4 times, and in Balochistan, almost 3 times, while the share remains the same. So water now is posing a disproportionate stress on these provinces and on the access to water. So who gets that water? Who is responsible for its distribution and how should it be managed is something that needs to be revisited because when the population changes so drastically, the usage also goes up accordingly. Now, there is something here that I want to talk about that many people in Pakistan don't discuss, and this is the cryosphere. The cryosphere is the vast reserve of the glacial snow, melt, ice, permafrost area that we have up in our northern regions. And this is part of the third pole, which has the largest and the longest and the densest glaciers outside the south and the north pole. How can we manage this region without collaboration is a big question because there are are 8 countries that are part of the HKH region. And unless each one of them doesn't come together to collaborate and work on conserving the protection and the ecological integrity of this landmass, because this is from where we get our water. This is the snow that melts seasonally, the glaciers that melt seasonally, that provide water to nearly 2 billion people indirectly and about 270 million people directly. Now, we can't be part of South Asia geographically and remain disconnected politically. This is creating big problems for the region, because when you look at the shared basin and the shared risks in this region, it tells you very obviously that the whole region is interdependent. Every country in South Asia is either an upper or lower riparian state. But there are tensions between countries, and this is creating competing water demands. This is creating differences of opinion on the infrastructure. In the earlier session, some of which that I followed, there was discussion on the Indus Water Treaty, and part of that problem is the scarcity of water and the increase in population and the growing demand of each country on how to use that water first for itself before it lets lower riparian countries have access to it. Now, the third pole is extremely important because it governs the 3 major river basins. It has 10 major river basins, but we are going to talk about the 3 major river basins. The Ganges supports 600 million people, Brahmaputra 114, and the Indus 268, or almost 270 million people. But the reason I want to point this out here is that unlike the Ganges and the Brahmaputra, the Indus relies for almost 50 to 60% of the water in its river from snow and glacial melt. So what happens to that frozen water in the cryosphere that I spoke about earlier then makes a huge difference on the intake. There are 2 things that can happen over here which can create panic and chaos. One, if India develops enough capacity to halt the water flows or change the flows that we have as agreed in the IWT. And the second is if there is a reduction at source, if there is less snow and the glaciers have retreated, as science is telling us is happening under the current warming trend, then we will have less water. So our biggest challenge will be how can we do more with less water? And this is, I think, where we need to rethink the regional governance platform that we have. We share an ecology, we are connected by geography, we are connected by the cryosphere. A climate change disruption in one country will not remain limited to that country, just as a crisis or a disaster in the cryosphere does not remain limited to mountains. It trickles all the way down to the plains and affects us down to the coastal level. But unfortunately, countries in South Asia have historical tensions with each other amongst upper and lower riparians. You can look at China and India, you can look at Nepal and India, you can look at India and Pakistan, you can look at Pakistan and Afghanistan, everywhere where you see there are issues and tensions, and these tensions are increasing instead of resolving themselves. So what we essentially need is probably to think along terms of promoting science diplomacy, bringing people together to discuss how to think of resolving these issues through an integrative approach to negotiations rather than distributive. Because in an integrative, you share the pie equally where everyone mutually benefits. In a distributive one, the hegemon or the larger country wants to keep the larger share to themselves, which short term may provide benefits, but long term will not be sustainable, because water is something without which there is no life. So every country will fight for it. and Pakistan has declared that water is one of the red lines that it has in its negotiations with its upper riparian. However, there are institutions where, like EC mode, where our scientists from the 8 countries sit down, they collaborate, they coordinate, they share data, they exchange knowledge, and they do promote the idea of shared responsibility. But at the political level, this is not happening. And in the last 10 to 15 years, the relationship dynamics between India and Pakistan have worsened, if anything at all, instead of moving in the direction of cooperation. SARC, which started out as a very promising institution to bring the regional countries together to exploit the full potential of their strategic assets and economic growth and development, has also failed to deliver as a result of these differences between our countries. Now, what happens overall if we have a shrinking resource base and we have a burgeoning population and we have a young population? South Asia, everywhere you'll find has a very young population base. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and we have seen that this youth has actually come out and demanded change. So the signs of societal strife and tension are already there. We saw it in Bangladesh, we've seen it in Nepal, we've seen it in Sri Lanka. And what happens when you have scarcity is that it puts vested interest groups together to fight over scarce resources. And climate and warming and other factors then contribute and feed that negative loop. So the migration that happens as a result of it also becomes a problem. Demographic changes and pressures also become a problem, and crime and lawlessness also increases. So water security problem actually becomes a human security problem, and a human security problem therefore becomes a national security problem. But these are the challenges that we face, and this is the geography that we live in, and these are the neighbors that we have. So each country, I think, at some point must pause to see that this is not a matter of political differences. This is now a question of our survival. So what do we put first? Do we put survival and the well-being of people before we resolve our political differences and other territorial disputes or conflicts? Or do we give precedence to the other factors and relegate this to conflicts and let it aggravate? At the end of the day, it will just destabilize all of South Asia if we don't pay attention to the problems that we have within the country related directly to water and its distribution and equitable distribution. And the question of equity extends also beyond borders, because that same principle of everyone getting their share of water applies transboundary as well. Now, what we need is really, and this is going to be my last slide because I'd like to leave a lot of time for the Q&A session. We have to think of a riparian governance roadmap. When we talk about water, like I said, we talked about the cryosphere, because to me, cryosphere is the place where the frozen water formations take place, and as a result, all of us get our share of water. So at the national level, we need to improve our water governance. There's several flaws and faults and weaknesses and lack of coordination within the system that we need to address. I've been talking on water issues now for the last 2 decades, and I see that speakers like me and others like me, we always come and we talk about the need for improvement in water governance, but we don't see that happening. So there has to be now something to fill that gap between what we are saying and actually on ground making that difference and making that policy operational. We at the regional level need to strengthen the HKH cryospheric collaboration, which means that we need to at least agree on those areas where we may not be able to control the global climate regime, but in areas where we can improve the environmental factors and sectors and elements that contribute to accelerated melting. And I give you the example of black carbon over here. We can work together to see how we can reduce that to preserve the integrity of our cryosphere. At the international level, I think it's very important for the regional countries to start working together to see how we can somehow make cryosphere part of the global stocktake. Because when something is going to be part of the global stocktake, it will fall under the international rules, regulations, and regime frameworks. I think in South Asia, that is very important because here bilaterally things can flare up and become flashpoints very quickly. And after 75 years, we don't seem to have a riparian governance regime in a region where every country is connected to the other through its hydrology. So we need to invest in hydro diplomacy, in hydro solidarity, and in moving towards some sort of an arrangement within the HKH countries where we agree on how do we manage water, because water is going to be a problem. According to scientists, we are going to have an abundance in the next 20 years, which means for us and other countries, disasters. And then there'll be scarcity. So in both cases, it's going to put economic strains on every single country. So if we learn how to work together, we may be able to do more with less, but what mechanisms we choose and how we shift political thinking and how we use civil society to promote that kind of thinking is what will make the difference. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aisha. I think you included a very important part which we all have missed out, which is the cryosphere. So thank you very much for drawing our attention towards that very critical and very important part of our water needs and water issues as well, and the policy sphere within which we need to be looking at the issue as well. Arjuman Sahab, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rabia. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone. Thanks a lot for inviting me to CPPG and representing WWF Pakistan, which is not only a largest conservation organization globally, but also in Pakistan. And even we are one of the biggest office in the network as well in Pakistan. So this is part of our broader agenda to educate what is happening and how the environment has degraded to extent. And in many ways, we are actually responsible for that. There are four aspects which we can touch. One is the water itself. The second is the governance. The third is the equity, which is a kind of a very important thing normally missed out. And the fourth one is the policy. So we'll try to highlight all these, how these are interconnected. First, we start with a baseline that most of our practices, which we are not, which presently we are part of or supporting, are not sustainable in long terms. So that is why we are struggling with the consequences already. And climate change is already considered a climate emergency for many parts of the world. In that context, water is one of the pivotal aspects. That is why we often talk about water in context of climate change, because it is the biggest indicator who told us that climate is changing. Earlier, nobody was actually believing that it is a kind of a historical cycle which repeats over 10,000 years. But actually, it is the water which tells us that climate has changed. The feedback from nature largely comes from the water cycle. A number of times this is discussed that we have a management issue with water. Water is misgoverned, and another aspect from Dr. Imdad that it cannot be governed. Partially, I agree with that. As long as we keep on our policies or governance level to the existing situation, it cannot govern an issue like water. Water is very, very, very complex issue, and it does not mean that it is not possible to solve that. You need to just rethink that complex actually means that you have a lot of information placed on your table which has something to do with a lot of people. Since you, and in many occasions, we don't engage as many partners or stakeholders which are directly or indirectly affected by a thing, and you sit on your table and just think your own perspective only. So that makes to think you that this is a complex thing because you know only or play only part of that, not a whole picture. So that is an issue for governance and policy making in countries like Pakistan as well. That first we need to ensure that it must be inclusive, because in Pakistan normally policy making take two or three assumptions. It's based on two or three assumptions. The first thing, whoever notifies a policy or is custodian of a policy thinks that he has the crystal ball, he knows everything, might be consulted to many, but still assumes that he can predict the future, which nobody can. So, in that context, every policy must have a revision in place as a part of the policy, which has a continuous feedback arrangement in place to improve the policy through all the possible affectees and affecting stakeholders for a policy. How many policy you have seen in Pakistan which have a kind of a revision number or set a number that it can needs to be revised? And in case of climate, which is already we agree that that is changing, how can a fixed policy can address an evolving thing? So that must be evolving, keeping everyone informed and part of the decision maker. Since we always say that water is everybody's business, so then make it. That must be consulted. And another thing which policy lacks, because most of the time, as Dr. Anis mentioned in the earlier part, that it is not a kind of a simple mathematical equation. A 1 cubic meter water in Chitral is not equal to 1 cubic meter in Thatta. Is not equal to 1 cubic meter of Rahim Yar Khan. So they all have their demographic effects and their topology associated with that. 1 liter in Thatta, even though you are sitting in a boat, you need 3 or 4 hours to get to that water to drink it. In Chetral, you have a spring available to you. So that context also needs to be incorporated. That will only comes when everybody will be involved. Presently, the main issue is that the policy makers normally think that it is a kind of an administrative tool, and in many cases, in a country like Pakistan, creating a bottleneck is considered a governance, which actually undermines the ability of mankind how they can solve the problem. If we can solve the problem of ozone healing, which is an extraterrestrial kind of a thing, and now actually it is healing. So how we can undermine that we cannot solve the problem of water within Pakistan? So the main issue is the things which we are discussing between India and Pakistan, the same is present between the upstream and downstream within Pakistan. So we also need to actually sort out those things as well. And we also understand that we already have a very finite resources. We also need to rethink our taxonomy as well. In future, many of the terms will not exist like what we spell today. Many of the products will not be products in future. They might be converted to services or might get be unaffordable or maybe extinct like many species have. There is no terminology of waste or wastewater in future because we can't afford that. We don't have our resources to actually keep things going, calling part of the thing as a part of waste, conceiving that it will be there. So these are the resources of the future. So we also need to rethink how we take these resources, and maybe in future the definitions of hazards and flood will not be there. Maybe we consider flood a kind of opportunity to make up what we will not get in next 5 years. So that thing can only be, as you mentioned, Dr. Imdad, that understanding is the first thing. First, we need to understand so that all the stakeholders have a common positioning on the same problem. Because whenever you have a problem affecting all the peoples in different segments differently, the first thing is to keep them or take them to a one clear position so that we can start thinking of solving that. So in our case, what we think that the why part, how is that we have so much technical people, but the why part is the very much important, which will take us or follow to the complex plans or the most detailed plans. So because things are evolving, and you might have noticed that Tarbela and Mangla were one of the largest project at that time. Since the awareness was not up to that level, even at global level, there was no proper EIA or ESIA available. But their extensions, when they know, now they have the EIA framework in place. So we need to just rethink the situation, how we try to govern. You are right that in current governance structure, we cannot govern, we can only face the consequence. And if in some cases we try to admire the consequences, that is a kind of a deliberated thing. But a part of governing the water must have a inclusive policy. The first thing is, even equality is not there. Equity is the second thing. In that case, the downstream person must have more privileges to secure because he is already at risk as compared to the upstream people who have a lesser kind of a risk. So those things must be part of the policy making so that when it will run, everybody become owner of that. And in that time, normally that is why we often listen, Pakistan is a country where we have a lot of policy but no implementation. That is a common phrase. But why this happens? This happens for the two reasons. Since the policy notifier thinks that he has considered everything possible, and the second, it doesn't have any feedback system. Like even in a small factory, we use a PDCA cycle that it revises, keep on revising after every 6 months, no matter how small it is, no matter how much large petrochemical complex it is. So revision or keep on updating or keep on continuous improvement is a part of every policy within a factory. So how we can anticipate that without a continual improvement framework, we can implement a policy for the betterment of people. So that part I think must be there, and how we can learn. For every problem, nature has its own solution. Even water has its own frameworks available within the nature. So if you try to compare how nature governs things, in which water is a critical component, you will see that nature uses any anomaly as a feedback to readjust. And in our current policy making, every anomaly is seen as a non-compliance. There is also a debate that why he is non-compliant and whose fault is this that he doesn't know how to comply. So that is a separate debate. But rather than considering that signal as a kind of an improvement signal, they just use it a kind of a penalizing. And that is why I am not in favor of argument that you can save water by putting a tariff in water. Normally, when you go to Vasa, people they often say that because water is free, that is why it is wasted. So that is again leveraging the value of finances above the water. That indirectly means if you have money, you can buy all the water in the world, and only you can allow and will be delivered to those who can afford it. So that is why UN decided in 2013 that water is a basic human right. So putting just tariff is a kind of a facilitating the argument of financing may think may see seems a kind of operational thing, but it is against a basic human right, which must be available to all. So that thing must be taken into account, and that is only possible when we map all the stakeholders, since complex it becomes because it is everybody's business. So we just need to map and keep them part of the decision making, policy making, so that once is no matter how long it will take, it may be 5 years to build a consensus. Once everybody is clear what is overall, and eventually, if I throw something that which will benefit, and I have a surety on that it will benefit my son, I will put every effort what I can, rather than just posing a kind of a new liability or restriction which is trying to streamlining me for something which doesn't have a kind of a finalized or comprehensive objective even. So keeping everything on board is the most important thing, which is normally missing in governance, not only in water but other aspects as well. Since water is everybody's business, so it will affect everybody is affecting it, and at the same time affected by it itself as well. And since it has a kind of a localized effect as well as a universal effect as well, transboundary. So that is why we just need to rethink how we try to govern this precious resource. And what we discussed in another presentation, fresh water is already scarce in this whole planet. It is only a 3% of the whole water we have. So regardless of where you are, it is for everyone. It is a kind of a precious thing, which must be taken care of. Thank you
very much. I open for question answers. Achha, one question per person. Yes, Sarah. I start with you, Sarah, and then you, Ji.
Question is from Dr. Imdad, and I just want to ask sir that in the beginning of your discussion, you said that managing and governing water is a wrong concept and it brings more harm than good. But then when we talked about the policies or the features of governing water from colonial time, I think what I understood was that we still need to somehow manage or govern water. So how do you differentiate between the two?
शावर को कैसे प्रमोट करें कर सकते हैं अभी जैसे एनवायरनमेंट डे आ रहा है इसको खूब जो है वो करें शावर से अगर आप चेक करें तो 60 to 150 लीटर जो है पानी एक बंदा इस्तेमाल करता है ठीक है, और अगर दूसरी तरह से बाल्टी से नहाते हैं तो 115 से 225 लीटर पानी इस्तेमाल होता है। ठीक है, ये एक बात है। दूसरी ये है कि हम पानी, चूंकि पानी अगर 900 फीट से ज्यादा चला गया है नीचे जमीन के, तो उस पे है सोचने का कि पोर्टेबल वाटर, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर जो है वो स्केर्स होता जा रहा है अगर वो इतना नीचे चला गया है, फिर उसको बचाना चाहिए। अच्छा, अगर कुछ नहीं हम कर सकते तो जो इतनी बेशुमार हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज बन रही हैं, यहाँ पर जो एक नलका दें किचन में जो कि 900 फुट पानी, 900 फुट से ड्रॉ करता हो पानी, ठीक है, और बाकी नलके जो के गाड़ी धोने के लिए, कपड़ा धोने के लिए, सफाई के लिए, वो कहीं 300 फुट से आ सकता है पानी। इस पे सोच सकते हैं। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Legal credibility land rights. Of a country like Pakistan, that you are living in one day, how do you separate right workers from players? So everybody has access to it. Beyond the program is working quantity, availability and access to people who have houses who can afford it. So people who live informally, who want to have access to water, cannot pay for it, or do it.
If the answers.
जी आपने ये बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया जी आपने। मैं बस ब्रीफली बता दूं, 16th सेंचुरी में फ्रांसिस बेकन का ये आइडिया था, डोमिनियन ओवर नेचर, which came to the ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, बिकॉज ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी में जो दूसरे डायरेक्टर जनरल थे, he was very fond of फ्रांसिस बेकन आइडियाज। एंड ये चार लफ्ज हैं, चार लफ्ज, गवर्न, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कंट्रोल, पावर. These four words are really associated with that colonial lexicon. They suggest that the human being mean the colonial administrator, has more power over nature. Okay? And they have right over nature. Now they made schemes under ये मोइन साहब से आप बात करें, मोइन साहब तो बहुत ये सब कुछ जानते हैं इसके बारे में. We made canal colonies, okay? And we had like so many famines after that in these lands. We had मलेरिया की वबाएं यहाँ, एपिसोड्स, अभी तक हमारी मलेरिया से जान नहीं छूटी. We had food shortages and so many of our food species gone extinct. We got salinity as a result of this colonial engineering, जिससे अभी तक हमारी जान नहीं छूटी वैसे. So this arrogant attitude, I call this arrogant attitude. This arrogant attitude has actually brought about this much devastation, which we will keep facing. So I suggest हम ये लफ्ज छोड़ के कि हम गवर्न कर सकते हैं, हम मैनेज कर सकते हैं. We re-establish that respectful attitude to water. Water is much more wiser than us. जैसे अर्जुमन साहब ने कहा कि is so complex that हम अभी इतना कुछ नहीं जानते. मैंने ग्रीन वाटर की बात की, you know, these moss, grass over the land, ये जो 6 inches है जमीन के, it absorbs 25% to 30% of the carbon. हमारा जो पीपल का दरख्त है 450 किलो कार्बन एक साल में एब्जॉर्ब करता है. पीपल का दरख्त ये मुफ्त उगता है हमारे हर जगह. एंड वी प्लांट ट्रीज दैट आर एक्सोटिक. They consume more water, they waste more water, they need more care. अच्छा अब खजूर का और ये सारे, अच्छा अब ये देखिए, ये बात समझने की है जो कॉलोनियल जमाने से अभी तक हर चीज का ना एक Every created thing has a womb. Okay? In our case, our mother, the whole of the mother was our womb. Water के लिए this topsoil, land, grass, moss, it is womb. And we have deprived water of its womb. That is under these ideas of governing, controlling, managing, exercising power. So that is very fundamentally, very, very important. We cannot govern water. ठीक है. अभी ये देखिए ना, ये जो फ्लड आया उसमें हमने वी टॉक टू सो मेनी पीपल. हमने एक रिसर्च की, वो ये यूरोपियन यूनियन ने भी छापी है, वो हम आपको भेज देंगे. तो लोगों ने ये बताया कि हम फ्लड से पहले हमें पता होता था कि हमने कहाँ शिफ्ट होना है, फ्लड के रास्ते में नहीं आना. सो मैं ये अपनी जो अभी फोर्थ कमिंग काम है उसमें ये सजेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि इट इज नॉट द नेचर वी हैव टू गवर्न, एंड वी must not say it is water's problem, because water did not create any problem, we created problem. So we must take responsibility, in order to avoid guilt of doing wrong. तो वाटर गवर्न नहीं हो सकता, ना मैनेज हो सकता है, ना नेचर गवर्न या मैनेज हो सकती है. We have to manage and govern our egos and our wasteful behavior towards nature. We have to relearn to respect nature. So नेचर गवर्न नहीं हो सकती, हमने खुद को गवर्न करना है. उसके बगैर नेचर नहीं बच सकती, और अगर नेचर नहीं बचती तो जाहिर है हमारा सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता. वी आर द यंगेस्ट ऑफ द स्पीशीज. नेचर इज फार मोर पावरफुल. अरबों साल पहले हमारे यहाँ नेचर मौजूद थी, ठीक है, इकोलॉजी मौजूद थी, तो हम उससे ज्यादा स्मार्ट नहीं हो सकते. दूसरा सवाल इनका है, इन्ना का, आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इशू कि मैंने अपने पहले काम में भी देर आर इनइक्विटीज वाटर सप्लाई में इतनी ज्यादा हैं. और अगर आप ट्रांसजेंडर हैं, अगर आप यू बिलोंग टू अ माइनॉरिटी ग्रुप, ठीक है, आप ट्रांसजेंडर हैं, आप डिसेबल हैं, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. अगर आपके पास लैंड टाइटल नहीं है, कच्ची आबादियों में बहुत जगह पॉलिटिशियंस ने दे हैव हेल्प्ड, और बिकॉज वो वोट लेने के लिए उन्होंने बेशुमार कनेक्शन करवा दिए हैं बगैर लैंड टाइटल के भी. बट स्टिल देर आर सो मेनी कम्युनिटीज, इवन लाहौर में, ये अभी कोविड के दौरान हमने एक स्टडी की, तो देर वर लाइक टेन्स ऑफ ग्रुप्स ऑफ जिप्सीज लिविंग इन लाहौर, जो हमने रावी किनारे जाके जिप्सीज के साथ काम किया. तो वो बेचारे बहुत दूर से पानी बाल्टियों में भर के लाते हैं. वो कहते जी असी हाथ कितों तो ही है पानी देते हैं, साबन कितों खरीदी है. वो आप देखे ना, 2 बच्चे जाते हैं, सारा दिन कागज इकट्ठे करते हैं, वो 2 किलो कागज 100 रुपए के बिकते हैं, तो 120 रुपए का तो साबन आता है. आप समझ रहे हैं. तो देर आर इनइक्विटीज, यस देर आर इनइक्विटीज. वासा ने बहुत कोशिश की लाहौर में और दीगर वाटर एजेंसीज, एंड दिस वाज मेड पार्ट ऑफ द वाटर एक्ट आल्सो, के अमीरों से ज्यादा ये लेके पैसे, ये जो रेवेन्यू और एंड क्रॉस सब्सिडाइज किया जाए जो गरीब कंज्यूमर्स हैं, जैसे बेवाए हैं, डिसेबल्ड है, जो नहीं दे सकते. बट ये काफी पेचीदा मसला है. आई थिंक दिस विल रिमेन विद अस for many years अगर हम बहुत इसको हाईलाइट ना करें. और
पॉलिसी कर रहा हूँ, किसान भी हूँ. मैं ग्राउंड रियलिटी का एक मसला किसान साहब, वो ये है कि आजकल किसान 4 से 5 फसलें उगाना शुरू कर दी. पहले सिर्फ 2 फसलें उगा करते थे. अब वो ना जमीन को थोड़ी सी भी उस पर, आज फसल काटी है तो अगले दिन नई फसल हमने जो है ना वो उसकी करते थे, और उसके लिए पानी भी लगाते थे. और फिर ये दूसरा ये है कि पानी इतना ज्यादा हम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लाइक अब हमने सोलराइज कर ली है चीज, जिसमें पॉज नहीं आता. पहले तो ये होता था कि बिजली चली जाती थी या कोई और मसला बन जाता था, उसको पॉज नहीं था. अब ये है उससे पानी का लेवल कम हो जाता है. अब एक मोटर इधर चल रही है, दूसरी सांस उधर चल रही है, तो पानी 3-4 घंटे बाद मुसलसल चलने के बाद पानी का लेवल ही कम। दूसरा, जो हमारी सुपरविजन है स्टेट की, वो कहीं नजर नहीं आती। जो खाल की सफाई थी वो कहीं नजर नहीं आती। खेत तक पानी पहुंचने में बहुत घंटे लग जाते हैं, पानी वेस्ट हो जाता है केनाल में। इसका कोई मैनेज करने का तरीका ही नहीं है। वो एक मामला होता है, वो इकट्ठा करते हैं, उसकी कोई यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं है। सेकंड ये है कि जहाँ वो खाले बने हैं वो सिर्फ बड़े जमींदारों को दिए गए, बाकी मडी खाले जो इटसेल्फ पानी को कंज्यूम कर लेते हैं, पानी खेत तक पहुंचता ही नहीं। तो आई थिंक ये जो कैनाल सिस्टम है, इसको भी हमें मैनेज करने की जरूरत है। ये इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी वो तो एक प्रॉब्लम थी और रहेगी, लेकिन जो हमारे पास है उसके साथ हम कैसे डील करते हैं, इस पे हम सोचेंगे।
You have a question for
We
What about the cloud seeding technology? ये आजकल बहुत होने में आता है। इसका क्या इफेक्टिव वे है? ये कितना भारत इसमें रोल प्ले कर सकती है? अगर अदर कंट्री यूएई में इसका काफी यूज किया जाता है, जैसे चक्री में भी लोग तो यहाँ पे इसके डेमोग्राफिक इस्तेमाल होंगे, और इसके अलावा इसका क्या इफेक्टिवनेस हो सकती है फ्यूचर में?
ये दोबारा बोलिए। टेक्नोलॉजी
cloud seeding. Next question.
ये बात हुई है कि हम जब शावर लेते हैं तो टब से पानी ज्यादा यूज होता है एंड शावर से कम यूज होता है। तो सर आई बिलीव कि
नहीं, शावर से कम यूज होता है, कम यूज होता है, यही कहा है मैंने। नहीं
Okay, excuse me. Well, let's remain on focus on the topic. Question, complete your question. Okay. Forget Bollywood over here. Forget Bollywood for a moment over here. Let's remain on research, which is the forte of Center for Public Policy, and research which is based on credible sources, not Bollywood and not Tendulkar. So we just two questions that we have. You conclude. You one here. And on the groundwater problem that has been raised over here, which is goes down because of the excessive usage, Dr. Aisha had already concluded something on that. I'd like her to come in on that issue also after Arjuman, and then.
जी मैं क्विकली रिस्पॉन्ड कर दूं। सबसे पहले मैम आपकी बात, जो एक चैलेंज है इसमें, क्योंकि हम एक और कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी बात कर रहे हैं, नॉट ऑल फ्रेश वाटर स्ट्रीम्स आर इक्वल एंड सिमिलरली नॉट ऑल वेस्ट वाटर स्ट्रीम्स आर इक्वल। आप जो बिल्कुल ठीक बात कर रही हैं, हर काम की एक रिक्वायरमेंट है, मतलब ड्रिंकिंग के लिए आपको सबसे अच्छा चाहिए, बाकी आप इवन ग्रे वाटर भी यूज कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी जो बात आपने की सेविंग की, आप हैरान होंगे कि इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के अंदर कोई ऐसी कंपनी नहीं है जो कि आपको वाटर एफिशिएंट होम अप्लाइंसेस प्रोवाइड कर सके। हमने इस पर काफ़ी वर्किंग की है। मोस्टली जो चीज़ें हमने मास्टर वालों से भी बात की, एक यूनिप्रो है फैसलाबाद में, उनसे भी की। सो द मैटर इज दैट, और इससे एक बहुत मेजर प्रॉब्लम है इसके अंदर जो आइडेंटिफाई होता है, वाटर सेविंग इज नॉट अ जेंट्रिफिकेशन। दैट मतलब मेरा भाई अमेरिका से आ रहा है, वो ले आया डिवाइस, मैंने लगा दी, चाइना से इंपोर्ट करके लगा दी। असल चीज यही है कि हमने इन चीजों को मेन स्ट्रीम करना है। इवन अगर मशरूम ग्रोथ भी हो रही है, दैट इज गुड फॉर अ लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। सो टैब से पानी यूज करने वाला इसलिए टैब नहीं खोलता कि वो पानी जाया करे। आप किसी बंदे से पूछ लें, सोए को उठा के पूछ लें आप कि आप पानी जाया करने के लिए टैब खोलते हैं? नोबडी डज, बिकॉज वी आर अनएबल टू प्रोवाइड अ प्रॉपर सोल्यूशन फॉर दैट, मतलब क्योंकि बिजली की कॉस्टिंग है या उस तरह की चीजें हैं, वहां पे हमें सोल्यूशन अवेलेबल हैं। वाटर के केस में वो सोल्यूशन ही अवेलेबल नहीं है मार्केट में, सो दैट इज अ ग्रे एरिया। बाद मुल्कों के अंदर इवन वाटर अप्लायंस की लेबलिंग होती है कि आप कौन सी टैब लें, जिस तरह इन्होंने कहा कि हम 440 लीटर पर कैपिटा पे डिजाइन करते हैं, ओरिजिनली आजकल 40-50 लीटर पे है, जो कि क्योंकि इवॉल्व हो रही हैं चीजें, तो नई नई अंडरस्टैंडिंग है 40-50 भी ठीक है। सो दैट पार्ट इज वेरी मच मिसिंग। और इवन हम तो इसको कहते हैं कि वेस्ट वाटर की सारी स्ट्रीम्स भी इक्वल नहीं है, मतलब एवरी वाटर इज नॉट अ ब्लैक वाटर। ग्रे वाटर आपके पास बहुत सी अपॉर्चुनिटी है जो रीयूज करने की है। तीसरा जो आपने कैनाल वाटर की बात की फार्मर कम्युनिटी के लिए, इसके लिए आई विल सजेस्ट कि आप रहीम यार खान को एज अ टेस्ट केस लें। वो आपको ट्रूली रिप्रेजेंट करता है कि हाउ मिस गवर्नेंस ऑफ वाटर वर्क्स। रहीम यार खान वो शहर है, पाकिस्तान का लार्जेस्ट कमांड एरिया जो इरिगेशन का है वो रहीम यार खान में है। पाकिस्तान के लार्जेस्ट नंबर ऑफ ट्यूबवेल्स इन रहीम यार खान, 1.25 लाख से ऊपर ट्यूबवेल है उसे एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर। एट द सेम टाइम हम कहते हैं कि वहां पे वाटर लॉक्ड एरिया है, 150 स्कार्प के ट्यूबवेल है जो कि कंटिन्यूसली पानी जमीन से निकाल के डेजर्ट के अंदर पॉन्डिंग कर रहे हैं, और उस पॉन्डिंग की वजह से फर्दर वाटर लॉगिंग हो रही है। सो दैट इज सो वी नीड टू रीथिंक कि हम किस तरह इसको सोचते हैं। और आखिरी बात जो क्लाउड सीडिंग की थी, जो क्योंकि अभी हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ही पूरी नहीं है, तो हम ऐसी किसी इंटरवेंशन, नॉर्मली इसको जियो इंजीनियरिंग कहा जाता है, सो दैट इज नॉट एडवाइजेबल इवन ग्लोबली एज वेल। कुछ इनिशिएटिव हैं लेकिन एडवाइजेबल नहीं। जी जी।
Dr. Aisha Khan, you want to say something?
जी, वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग डिस्कशन। 2-3 मोटी मोटी बातें कहना चाहूंगी। एक तो मेरा ख्याल है ये हकीकत हमें माननी पड़ेगी कि हम पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी ऑफ वाटर को डिनाई नहीं कर सकते। काफ़ी बातें ऐसी होती हैं जो आइडियलिस्टिक लगती हैं, लेकिन जब हम उसको लेंस ऑफ प्रैग्मेटिज्म के थ्रू देखेंगे तो हमें एहसास होगा कि ह्यूमन नेचर इस तरह की चीज है कि जिसे गवर्न, कंट्रोल, मैनेज किए बगैर आप वाटर को आगे लेके नहीं चल सकते। देयरफॉर यू विल नीड लीगल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स एंड वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग लीगल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स। वी विल हैव टू वर्क टुवर्ड्स मेकिंग वाटर एज ए ग्लोबल कॉमन, क्योंकि जो चीज आपको मुफ्त मिलती है आप उसे जाया करते हैं। अभी बात हुई थी वाटर पे टैरिफ ना लगाने की, मैं उससे इत्तेफाक नहीं करती। टैरिफ्स क्या, ब्लॉक्स लगा सकते हैं कि जो बुनियादी ज़रूरत का पानी है वो आप एक कीमत पे देंगे, जो ज़ाया करेगा फिर उसको उसकी कीमत। और नेचुरली अब बिजली के बिल में, बाकी चीज़ों के इस्तेमाल में, व्हेन इट हर्ट्स योर पॉकेट यू स्टार्ट इकोनोमाइजिंग। आपने बात की थी ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज की, उस पर मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारा ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन और सरफेस वाटर का भी जो वेस्टेज हो रहा है थ्रू दी एवेपोरेशन, ट्रांस एवेपोरेशन, इसमें एक तो हम पेव्ड कनाल्स की तरफ जा सकते हैं, लेकिन दूसरा मैंने अपनी स्लाइड में भी आपको दिखाया था कि पॉपुलेशन का बराह रास्त ताल्लुक है आपकी अवेलेबिलिटी और वाटर की यूज से। एक इंसान जितना भी पानी इस्तेमाल करेगा, अगर आप अपनी आबादी 10 गुना बढ़ा लेंगे तो वो पानी आपको कभी भी पूरा नहीं पड़ेगा। अब ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज हमें करना चाहिए और हमारे पास बहुत पोटेंशियल है, क्योंकि जितने अभी अगर लिविंग रिवर्स का कॉन्सेप्ट आप ले लें तो उसी में आप सिस्टम्स बना सकते हैं कि आप वाटर को फ्लडिंग होने से बचा लें। आप अपनी टोपोग्राफी में आप अगर इनवर्स वेल्स जगह जगह क्रिएट कर लें तो वो पानी फ्लड करने के बजाय ग्राउंड वाटर एक्वाफर्स को रिचार्ज कर सकता है। तो ये मेरा ख्याल है कि कुछ चीज़ें हैं कि हमें देखनी पड़ेंगी कि रियलिज्म की तरफ हमें जाना पड़ेगा। अभी मेरा ख्याल है एक आखिरी बात मैं करूँगी कि बात हुई थी अबाउट, मेरा ख्याल है कि वाटर वाटर के बारे में ही थी समथिंग, कि इसकी मैनेजमेंट सही क्यों नहीं हो रही, हम अपनी पॉलिसीज को क्यों नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट करते। तो मेरा ख्याल है पॉलिसीज को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए आपको अकाउंटेबिलिटी और ट्रांसपेरेंसी चाहिए अपने सिस्टम्स में, और उसके लिए जो आपके इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेसेस हैं उनको फिर फ्री एंड फेयर होने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि वो एक process of transition hota hai, you are accountable, you do not deliver, the people change you and bring someone else. Lekin the big question is, at the rate the climate is changing and at the rate that our population is growing, and when we look at the human capital content and our education and our rate of stunting, do we have the luxury of time to allow the democratic process, or we need some other kind of regime to manage the water before it runs out of hand and we cannot manage it at all? So these are questions that, I just leave hanging in there, because these are all very complex, all very interconnected. And I think we have to be very hardcore in the approach that we have to take, because a lot of things all of us talk about sound ideal. This is how it should be done when we talk about nature-based approaches. Lekin wo amal mein nahi lai ja sakti in the real world. So we have to look at the real world problems, and look for real world solutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha Khan.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. अच्छा सॉरी, इन बात
ये बस एक छोटा सा कमेंट आखिरी, वो आपने ये पूछा टेक्नोलॉजी का, मैं जरा इस पे मेरा काम नहीं है, मैं एक छोटी सी बात यहाँ करके कि बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, जैसे ये आपने मेंशन की ना, दीज आर दी सॉल्यूशंस इन सर्च ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स. हमने कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए हैं, यहाँ ये बैठे हैं हमारे कोलीग, वो जो हम वो कर रहे हैं सेंसोग्राफी, उसमें smelling water and telling about what it is carrying. This is an art which we have forgotten. Pre-modern times में बिल्कुल इसी तरीके थे, होता था, पंजाब के हर गांव में लोग इसी तरह करते थे. And we have conducted experiments, वो हम आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करेंगे. Anyone can smell water and tell कि इसमें क्या है और क्या मसले हैं और कैसे है.
Students, I would now like students, thank you very much. I would end this question answer session here, even though it's a very robust, excellent conversation, but I feel we will have this conversation. मोइन साहब को माइक दीजिएगा. On it. वो हम सुबह कर चुके हैं जी. मुझे बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you for pointing that out again, because that is a very important issue. I will now request the two students to come one by one and give us to summarize the sessions up for us, to neatly sort of conclude that our conversations, instead of me doing that. So I'll ask Nahil first, from the student perspective, that what have we learned? Ajam.
Okay, so hello everyone, and first of all, I would like to thank you all for being here, and to the panelists who have shared such insightful things with all of us. And I will be summarizing the conversations that we had with Mr. Ali Sultan and Dr. Zeno, which were on the topic of the Indus Water Treaty in a rapidly warming world. So according to Mr. Ali Sultan, the Indus Water Treaty remains binding, and India's unilateral suspension violates the requirement of mutual consent in a case to which, when a treaty is signed, so it should be suspended by both of the parties. Its justification by India, which includes the fundamental change of circumstances and counter-terrorism measures linked to Pakistan, which does not stand in the face of Vienna Conventions on the laws of treaties. It was a legal perspective attached to it. This treaty has endured Indo-Pak War of 1965 and the Kargil War, which is undermined by the Indian claims. And he also adds the humanitarian perspective and the role of World Bank. Moving on to Dr. Zainab's session, which highlighted the political dimension, attributing water issues to the mismanagement and the colonial legacies rather than the shortage of water itself. She frames the dispute as political, legal, and technical, which is shaped by the geopolitics, the politicization, and argues Pakistan has the leverage to push negotiations on climate infrastructure and water food security while activating the Indus Water Treaty dispute mechanisms, which were in the treaty of the 1960. So that was it from my side. Thank you for being here. And I would like to pass the mic on to Ms. Sara.
Thank you so much, Manahil. I am going to give just one main takeaway from each of the panelists from the second session. So, Dr. Imdad Hussain basically talked about how policies are not in sync with the realities of water. They deal with blue water or surface water only, whereas water governance is much more than that. And in order to reverse the situation, there is no one easy answer. The problems are really, really big. And in the existing circumstances, we need to think and rethink several colonial and post colonial features in order to address the water problem in our country. Then we have Dr. Aisha. She talked about how the transboundary tensions need to be addressed along the lines of diplomacy and science with an integrated approach towards distribution, because integrated approach is basically the only sustainable option that we have. Water is one of the red lines of negotiations for Pakistan, and hence, when we talk about transboundary narratives or governance, everyone getting their share of water, irrespective of their nationality, should be the main concern. Lastly, we have national level improvements in water governance and the idea of investing in hydro diplomacy and hydro solidarity while deciding what mechanisms we are going to choose. Lastly, we have Mr. Arjuman, who talked about one of the most important things that I found in his discussion was that we need to engage more and more partners and stakeholders while making certain policies, because policy making should be inclusive with revision in place as a very essential part of the process of policy making. Lastly, he talked about how water must be dealt as a necessity, and the policy making should revolve around this idea of water being a necessity rather than a service, and that we need to rethink and reshape water governance in order to address this issue. That's why.
The
CPPG would like to acknowledge and appreciate two of our senior MPhil students. These two students are currently pursuing their thesis at CPPG. First of all, we have Saad bin Sarfaraz, who has been appointed as an ambassador. He is here online with us. He's in Islamabad at the moment, so he has joined us online. He has been appointed as an ambassador to the International Youth Council on Gender Equality, operating under the patronage of the United Nations Development of Economic and Social Affairs. He has been selected among the 80 ambassadors worldwide, and he leads a team of 6 national fellows in Pakistan and contributes to the advancing sustainable development goal number 5, which is the gender equality one. And they will be overlooking research, public advocacy, and government engagement on this particular goal. Secondly, we have Muqaddasa Shah. She is present with us in person here. She and Sada batchmates, and she has been selected as one of the research fellow at the International Youth Council on Gender Equality. So we are very proud of our students, and we would like to appreciate them. So a big round of applause for them. So now I would hand over to Dr. Noel for the concluding remarks.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for coming over today to CPPG and for a very exhaustive 2 sessions. in which everybody had the opportunity, and we had deliberately overshot the time because the discussion and the substance matter that you brought to the table was such that it required more time to understand, to deliberate upon, and give you ideas as to where to think about those ideas first, subsequently, when you even leave this hall. So I'm thankful to all of the speakers. Imdad presently over here, Ajman and Dr. Aisha Khan for this session, and also Dr. Zainab and Ali Sultan in the session one, who looked at a different dimension. I'm thankful to all of you for coming over and very patiently listening to the speakers, but also raising very pertinent questions and observations and sharing your personal experiences as insofar water is concerned, because water is life and water is used by everyone, as some of you pointed out, and how do we need to manage or handle it. So we had very interesting and contrasting viewpoints that have come across the table. They were laid out like that, and I'll just re-emphasize those for you to further think upon that. At the top level, we had heard that water is enough. Doesn't have scarcity of water. Plenty of water is available. The ecosystem is the same. It has not changed much. It is not. It is marginally changed. That depends upon climatic change, which occurs over a little period of time. But other than that, water is enough, and we need to better manage it. The second viewpoint that we discussed over here was advanced was that no, water is not enough. There is scarcity of water, and the water, as much water what was available in 1947, today only fifth of that water is available. And even the bigger problem is our ability to have a pondage of that water, which reduces just to 30 days. So you just saw what has happened in Middle East, and we did not have enough oil to absorb that shock. And that shock was directly passed on to the student because the government had failed to store that much oil with the oil companies of at least 45 days, which was there. The same is the case of water. 30 days of storage that you have, and that is it. And if that happens also depends upon which time of the year we are talking of. So it might reduce even to less. And now we have not talked about that, but I'll just highlight that for your interest on that. Dr. Aisha Khan had raised this point. If we keep continuing to add population to our, multiply them every decade, so any amount of resources will not be enough. Any amount of resources that you want to bring on the table is not enough. It is not a management problem. It is not a governance issue. It is not the. It is the balance between the resources and the person or the people who are using that resources. So you can add 500 hospitals, but if the people can continue to multiply, still it will not be enough. So there is a debate which has to go on, which is sadly missing around water, as the white elephant in the room. And the round water is the usage of the water by the population, which is continues to multiply every year. And the governance is just one part of it, to make sure that you make that water available to the population who needs them. But if the mouths multiply, I do not know where we will get more water from. That is something which we have talked of. We have just highlighted over here, but it is one of the major problems that we need to understand in the context of the water that we do. Policies, and that said, we can have a lot of policies, but if they're not in sync with nature and the nature cycles itself that water goes through, then all policies are fundamentally flawed in that context and will go wrong at one point in time or other. And secondly, as Arjun said, that we need to have timelines for every policy dependent on the natural cycles of water and other things to be reviewed according to those cycles, so that you can be in sync with this. So for instance, it's a known fact that we have strong monsoons. After 10 years, we have floods that come after every decade, and after 30 years, you have a super flood that comes over. This is the historic data is available. It is not that it is an assumption or it is a folklore or a myth. The data is available on that, and data for last 200 years or so is available on that. And we know this cycle happens over there, but we don't take them into account. We don't take them into account when we planning for the disaster management. And every cycle which when happens and occurs becomes a disaster for us, because we are not aware of that and we don't take those things into account. This year we have not talked of, this year has been declared now 3-4 days ago that the next 12 months is going to go through a process of super La Nina, and it has going to have a devastating effect in Pacific itself, but also North Atlantic. What effect it is going to have on us? We know that it has happened in the past. When we had a super La Nina years, Balochistan went into a 10-year drought cycle. The water in Hena lakes and all reservoirs in Balochistan dried off. There were no water, not a drop of water in those reservoirs, which was supplying water to Quetta city itself and the surrounding area. Leave aside water for drinking water for the city. That was also not available. We have not talked about that, but this is coming. So I'm just, maybe you are interested to study it. You will like to study it, that what happens when we have a next 12 months and subsequently 3 years after that, we go into a super La Nina cycle, and how it is going to affect Pakistan. I am also learning on that. Maybe you will also like to look at that particular aspect. Science diplomacy, yes, definitely. That is an area which I think we should be able to look into it. If we are all South Asian countries tied together by the umbilical cord of water which comes through Himalayas, then it becomes a problem for the upper, lower, all riparians which exist in this continent, which ties water with us. For instance, it is not only China, which calls itself an upper riparian, uh, treats India as a middle riparian, and us as a lower riparian. We never bring this dialogue into a conversation. How China views this thing. So it talks of, whenever it talks to India, you are a middle riparian, so be cautious of this thing. You are not the upper riparian in the system that we have. We have Nepal and India's problem, Bangladesh and India's problem. We have Pakistan and India's problem in water. We have Pakistan problem in water, which has been dormant for some time, but some elements are trying to fan it up because water is scarce over there. So science diplomacy, maybe Madam Aisha Khan, that you can look at it. Why not have a international conference which brings together all the riparians into one play? We will be able to undermine what India is talking about and what India is threatening the system with it, if we have a larger scope to discuss and a larger field of people to play about our role in that context. And lastly, uh, I think some speaker raised the issue of that we have policies, we have old policies, we need new policies, we need analysis, and there are a lot of policy talk, but not implementation. So this seminar was for that very purpose, to inform our younger generation, the students which we are here. We have been given, you have seen them, they have acted upon, they have given you their briefs on this, because they are the generation which are going to implement what you have informed them today about different aspects of the water issue itself. And so I like to, in the end, thank all of you, the speakers, to informing our students about the issues that they are going to confront. Many will undertake research in these areas that you have highlighted, and many would also like to approach you for more data and guidance in this context. So thank you very much. And I'll ask you to give a big hand to the speakers and everyone. Before we part our ways, I'll present shields to all the three speakers. Imdad, this is your home. It remains like that, and you are always welcome to come back whenever you want to. CPPG is very grateful for your participation today, Dr. Zaman, for your participation, and we had our Secretary Saab also present over here with his comments, and thank you very much for joining us. And Madam Aisha Khan, thanks a lot for taking time out from your busy schedule. We'll be sending this shield to your address, but you will have to send me your address, home address. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
और साथ